21st regular meeting of the Walnut Creek City Council. This meeting is being held in accordance with the Brown Act as currently in effect under State Emergency Services Act, the Governor's Emergency Declaration related to COVID-19, and the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20 issued on March 17th, 2020. That allows attendance by members of the City Council, city staff, and the public to participate and conduct the meeting by teleconference. Teleconference locations are not open to the public. Later on, when it's appropriate to provide a live remote public comment, join the Zoom conference meeting. The ID number is 967-9226-0377, and the password is 388331. When we open public comment, please use the raised hand feature, or if you're only coming in by telephone, press star 19, which will alert the staff that you have a public comment and that you would like to provide. Please wait your turn, and once brought into the meeting, state your name and city of residence for the record. You will have 2 minutes to make your remarks. At this time, may we all join together in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Francois.
Present.
Councilmember Silva.
Here.
Councilmember Waddell.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Here.
Mayor Haskew.
Here.
All council members are in attendance.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is an item for council consideration, an update on the COVID-19 situation. At this time, I invite staff to provide their presentation.
Okay, good evening, Dan Buckshire, City Manager. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, well, we are now in our 8th week of sheltering in place, and this is our 3rd formal update to the City Council, as this is our 3rd meeting now that we have conducted via Zoom, or at least a regularly scheduled meeting that we have held here in Zoom. So as I think everybody is aware, last week, the 6 Bay Area counties and the city of Berkeley that have been working together, the public health officers did extend the shelter in place order from May 3rd through the end of May. And so I'm going to speak to that in more detail in here just in a few moments. And before I dive in, I am going to cover the general information. Then our police chief, Tom Chaplin, is going to provide an update on what's happening in the community from a PD perspective. And then Terry Kilgore, assistant city manager, is going to talk about economic development and what's occurring. So if we could flip 2 slides ahead. Okay, so with the extension of the order, largely the restrictions are in place, but there has been some lightening or some lifting, if you will, of the prior restrictions, which include all construction can continue. Real estate is less inhibited, or the restrictions have been lifted with respect to selling of homes, buying of homes, and moving. And then non-contact outdoor activities, as you can see on this slide, such as golf, tennis, I believe pickleball, and maybe a couple others are allowed. We will have an update on Boundary Oak later tonight, but we did open on Monday. We were effectively sold out, if you will. We do have to implement social distancing measures for these activities. Golf is limited to 1 person per cart, effectively one sums, if you will, to golf, and obviously no interaction with folks out on the course. No high fives if there's a hole in one. Similar to that, or in addition, then tennis opened up on Tuesday of this week, which is today, I believe. I can't believe it's only Tuesday. But that is now open, as are some of our pickleball courts. And as mentioned here, we still do have the face covering order that's in effect. And we are supposed to do that when we are out in public. Next slide, please. So very similar update is on this slide as to what I've shared in prior weeks, in that most all of our facilities are closed physically. We are still providing most services, many of which are remote. And as you can see here, our open space is obviously been open. Our PD has been out in force in the public. And now our golf courses are open, as I just mentioned. Next slide, please. I believe it was during our last council meeting that we received an update on what the County Board of Supervisors were considering with respect to moratoriums on evictions and rent increases. That was approved by the Board of Supervisors and is in effect for both residential and commercial properties through the end of this month. And then there is effectively a 4-month grace period from May 30th to repay that back rent without late fees. And that does cover all of the unincorporated areas, which are the areas outside of city limits, as well as the incorporated areas, which are the areas within city limits. So it is truly county-wide that this has taken effect. Next slide, please. Also, we've discussed in prior meetings a couple of weeks ago, the state of California, in conjunction with the states of Washington and Oregon, identified 6 key indicators that they will be referencing when considering how to move forward, primarily in terms of when to lessen or lighten the orders. And as they stated, these are intended to be data-based and science-based, recognizing there is a lot of pressure to maybe move in different directions, but they want to make sure that anything that we do going forward is grounded in sound science and information. So you can see these 6 here. And in addition, California has then, if we can go to the next slide, broken that into more detail and identified 4 stages for how we will reopen society and what data points need to be in place, and then what restrictions would be lifted at the various stages. And we'll walk through these here one by one. If we can go to the next slide. So stage 1 is where we are at currently in California, which is that we have the shelter-in-place orders that are in place, and that continue to make essential workplaces as safe as possible, have to have the physical separation, have personal protective equipment, that individual behavior obviously has to change from where we were prior to COVID-19. And what the governor has announced is that we will be moving to stage 2, which if you want to go to the next slide, which is that we will gradually open, as you can see here, some lower risk workplaces, such as retail with curbside pickup, more opening of public spaces, some outdoor types of businesses. And as you can see here, some childcare, which currently would be limited to 12 groups that effectively, it's 12 kids, I should say, which would be effectively the one cohort, meaning you might have 5 different groups of 12 kids, but they would not be able to interact between the groups. So you keep those 12 in this isolated from everybody else in order to minimize impacts across different individuals. One thing I do want to point out here, just once again, the state has issued its orders, and the way the policy is set up in California is that local entities, meaning county health officers, can issue more restrictive orders, not less, but they have to comply with what the state has put in place and have the option of being more restrictive. Currently, the orders are in place for the Bay Area are more restrictive and do not move to phase 2 on Friday unless there is an amendment to those orders. So currently in Contra Costa County and the other 5 various counties in the city of Berkeley will not be moving to this stage 2 at the end of this week because our orders are more restrictive. I can assure you that public health officers are well aware of this conflict, and I'm sure they are having many discussions as to whether or not they will modify. But at this point in time, we have not received any indication that we will be moving to phase 2 in Contra Costa. We go to the next slide. So as you can see here, some of the data points, and for those that have been watching any of the governor's noontime briefings, you know, he cites several of these statistics at the very start of every one of his talks or press conferences, shares what the hospitalization and ICU trends, and we have somewhat stabilized and have the sufficient capacity statewide, recognizing There are regional variances where some are in better or worse shape relative to the statewide average. And that is where we will see some regional variability in terms of some areas being more restrictive than others. Next slide, please. So stage 3 then, which currently there is no time frame that has been given as to when we might enter stage 3. But as you can see here, all of us will be able to get our hair cut and colored and maybe not look quite so grungy going forward whenever phase 3 hits. Some limited entertainment venues such as movies, you can see sports without live audiences, some religious services. I would imagine that some form of social distancing and restrictions would remain in place, but I don't know what those are at this point in time, but we will see a gradual lightening as these move forward. And then stage 4 is effectively when all of the indicators have been satisfied and there are medical treatments and or vaccines available, then we would effectively be back to life at normal, if you will, in terms of having large scale concerts, convention centers, you can see here, live sports and performances and the like. Again, no timetable for these either. And what the governor has been very clear about is this is not timeline driven. It is progress driven. That is, there is progress made and each of the criteria are met for the various stages that we would then proceed to the next stage. It's also been made very clear that as we move higher into these stages and there is a lessening of the orders, if there were to be a resurgence of the virus, and particularly if our healthcare capacity were to be exceeded, we would likely move back to a lower stage and have additional restrictions put in place. So again, we are in a very fluid environment and we anticipate that there will be some movement forward and some movement backward over the next several months, but we just don't know to what extent. We go to the next slide. A lot of questions about testing and tracing and where we're at. But as you can see here, there have been 3 public drive-through testing sites that have been opened up in Contra Costa. We are far from our goal at this point. The countywide capacity, as we understand it, of testing is 400 per day, and they would like to get to 2,200 per day is the goal. And to get to a point where anybody who wants a test could receive a test, not just those with the most dire symptoms, if you will. Right now, you can see the contract tracing. The goal is to have 90% of the people test positive to be traced, if you will. I don't think we're anywhere near that number. And that there'll be more information regarding personal protective equipment going forward. So there are more sites being rolled out by both the state and the county. In fact, we anticipate, we've been working with state OES and with the county, that there will be a state testing, a site that will be run for testing by the state that would open up at Heather Farm Community Center. And we are anticipating that may open as soon as the end of this week, if not sometime next week is what the current plans are. And as soon as we have more information, we will provide that. There was a walkthrough yesterday to tour the site, figure out the logistics of what would be required to set that up in a safe manner and how obviously the flow of people would work. And when we hear back from state OES, we will provide an update as to when that's available. So it will be very nice to have a testing site here in Walnut Creek. Next slide, please. So again, in terms of what we've been doing at the city, we do have our website that is updated basically daily. We've posted a number of informational videos from our PD. Our mayor has made a couple of videos as well. I would encourage folks who have not been to our website to please visit. We are also very active on social media, on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and encourage you to check out the handles for each of those for the city. We also have had a very big focus on care for our seniors. Not only do we have Rossmore, which is a community of 10,000 folks who are over the age of 55, we do have a larger than average senior population, even when we adjust for Rossmore. So as you can see here, we've had a web page as well as a hotline for folks to call. We've done over 800 checks, welfare checks, if you will, to see how folks are doing. Many of our seniors are alone. And then we did launch the Neighborhood Express volunteer website that can match those who are in need of receiving groceries because they're unable to go out because of their physical condition. They may be vulnerable from a health perspective, in that there are folks who are willing to go out and voluntarily do the shopping for them and deliver their groceries or whatever they may need. And so far, as you can see here, we've had about 100 volunteers, which is really nice to see folks from the community step up to help out in that regard. And then lastly, for my piece here, the next slide is that still we do have the majority of our staff that are working from home, obviously with construction being opened up and effectively construction being shut down for about a month. There's a large backlog and a lot of work that's ready to go. We have our inspectors queued up and we are currently triaging the priority of projects to get out to. As you can imagine, everybody thinks their project is the priority and wants us there right away. So we are trying to work through that backlog and assure folks we will get out as soon as possible. And at the same time, make sure we are doing so in a safe manner, not only for our employees with the proper protective equipment, but to ensure the safety of those that are working on site as well. As I mentioned previously, when this all started back on May 17th, we thought it was a 3-week endeavor through April 7th. At that time, because things were in such a state of flux and we are in the midst of adjusting to our new reality and changing our operations to work more remotely, less in person, we did decide to pay all of our employees through April 7th, not knowing exactly who was going to be able to work and who wouldn't. After we had that dialed in and when the order was extended through May 3rd, we did change our approach in that all of our temporary employees, which is about 180 individuals, which is the equivalent of about 65 full-time employees, are not scheduled to work. And that is because the shelter-in-place order related to almost all of our arts and recreation programming, those programs cannot continue based upon the current shelter-in-place orders. And there is no work for those individuals to do. And they're not the type of jobs that can be done remotely. Those are generally performed in person. And if those folks who are permanent, we also do have about 10% of our regular workforce, our permanent employees that were unable to work in person and unable to work from home. They've been using leave as well. That will lighten up a little bit now that the shelter in place order has been lifted for construction and maintenance, as we do have projects within the city that we intend to re-engage. And then going forward, May 4th and on, we intend to continue the same pay approach that I just noted for the time frame of April 8th through May 3rd. And then obviously we are assessing the budgetary impacts. This evening, you will hear a report and receive recommendations on how to close the current budget gap for the current fiscal year. And then later, early next week, we will be having a finance committee meeting of the city council, in which we will review our projections and assumptions for fiscal year 21 going forward. And with that, I will pause for any questions or comments before we move on to our chief.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk, please.
Oh, great. Thank you, Dan. I had a couple of questions. First of all, well, it's distressing to hear that the county only has a maximum capacity of 400 tests right now. Is that capacity at 400 because we just don't have enough testing kits? Or is it personnel? Or what's the reason why it's only at 400?
My understanding, it's varied. It's testing initially the actual kits themselves, then it was some of the ancillary supplies, and it was some of the equipment necessary to ensure the safety of those testing as well as those being tested. And that is ratcheting up here in terms of the availability of that equipment. And so it is anticipated that we will scale up here as more of these sites come online over the next couple of weeks. We anticipate that number will grow considerably. I don't have a projection for you at this point. But other than to state, this is obviously a very high priority. It has been nationally, and it is here locally as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. I noticed in the phases, I didn't see restaurants, or if I did, I skipped right by it. Is restaurants part of phase 2 or 3?
My understanding that restaurants would be part of phase 3.
Okay. For dining in, and then whatever modifications are made. Okay.
Correct. Yeah. Takeout continues as is. Correct.
Okay. And since construction is now starting to go again, do we have people in place for our planning department to handle permitting, and how is that working?
Yeah, we have been continuing remotely everything up to the point of issuing a permit. So all the entitlement process, plan review has been underway, but we have not been able to issue any new building permits with the exception of the handful of projects that were allowed to continue under the order. So we've been queued up, ready to go for this. There is still a lot of demand, a lot of projects in the pipeline that, knock on wood, it's our understanding they intend to continue to move forward at this point. So we have all hands on deck ready to move forward with this, recognizing we still have to comply with social distancing requirements, even though we're moving forward. But we have had a pretty good system in place for working remotely and doing this type of work without interacting in person. And so we intend to continue with that. Obviously, the inspections would need to occur in person, but otherwise we intend to do most of the work remotely at this point.
Okay, I do know that anybody that wants to do construction, let's say it's a restaurant or a business, especially if they have to be shut right now, would love to be able to get this done while they have to be shut.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, great. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, now we will go to Councilmember Francois.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dan, for the update. I had a question similar to the Mayor Pro Tem's in terms of where certain events fit into the stages, in particular, live performance or live theater at the Lesher. Is that stage 3 or stage 4?
It's a good question. I would anticipate it's stage 4, but it could possibly be 3. But if I had to wager a guess at this point, I think it's 4.
Okay, thank you. And then I wanted to ask about the status of the plaza improvements in front of the Lesher's. Construction resumed on those?
So yeah, that was obviously put on hold as non-essential work when the order came through. Now that that's been lifted, we intend to get folks back on site. What I don't know off the top of my head, and I don't know if our public works director may be able to offer some insight, is whether that contractor will be resuming with our project or if they have others in the queue, given that everything's in disarray over the last month of everything being halted. But I would like to think ours is a high priority for them to come back to and get back to work on. Obviously, we'd like to get that done as soon as possible.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilmember Silva.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you, Dan, and all the staff that have been working so hard on this. I know how challenging it is. And then when the rules are changing, and then in addition, there's inconsistencies, we'll say, or differences of opinion between the state as a whole and then the 6 Bay Area counties, as well as some of our more rural counties seem to want to go fast now. So in terms of development projects, our staff is prepared to work with the developers. I assume our planning commission and our design review commissions are also able to work in this environment the same way we are as city council.
That's correct. We have been holding commission meetings via teleconference or Zoom, just like these meetings. So those have been proceeding and will continue to proceed.
It's not just our public, the community development department that's back at work, and our engineering departments and building departments. Also, it appears some of our public works projects are moving forward as well. Can you elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, we obviously have our own projects that are underway. There's the plaza that we just talked about at the Lesher. There's also the project for the mini plaza on Main Street down by Cypress. And then one of the things we've been looking at, as you can imagine, without having staff in buildings, this is a great time to get in and do some maintenance work and some minor repairs, that sort of thing. Based on the prior order, we were unable to do that because it was shelter in place unless it was absolutely necessary to be done. With the change in this new order, we can now do that type of work. In addition, we can do more landscaping that was allowed in the past. In fact, private landscaping is allowed now, and gardening, if you will, that was not allowed under the prior order. So we are able to effectively fully maintain and work on the public infrastructure, those restrictions have been lifted. Again, ensuring that we are complying with social distancing requirements.
Which rolls into my next question. I was driving south on Broadway today, and there was some kind of maintenance crew, not city crew, that were in a hole. And there were 4 people standing shoulder to shoulder. How do we monitor what's happening, or do we at all? And kind of advise them to, not look over each other's shoulders.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a really good question. Obviously, it's going to be more on a complaint basis, or if we happen to observe something, we're not going to likely be out just patrolling, looking for everything. What a lot of cities are doing, what we're likely doing is, when inspectors go on site to do an inspection of a job, it's not their role necessarily to enforce OSHA. That's a different body that has regulation for ensuring OSHA standards, safety standards are being met. But if we see something egregious, our inspectors, we're expected to report that. Not that we necessarily are responsible for fixing it. We're not necessarily OSHA experts or out there for those reasons. We're intending to take a similar approach, that if we see something egregious, we would speak to the folks about it and or report it to either code enforcement and or the PD if it's egregious enough. The approach is still education first. The goal is for voluntary compliance, but obviously if there are folks or groups of folks that are unwilling to heed the advice to implement the social distancing requirements, there are many requirements for construction sites. If you read the appendices of the new order that came out, we do have the ability to cite folks and ultimately could shut a site down if need be. But we obviously hope to not go there and don't want to go there.
So in terms of our recreational facilities, our parks are open, not our playgrounds, but how do we keep people from congregating on lovely days as we're starting to have? And
yeah, it's getting harder and harder, clearly. We do have some of the equipment fenced off, and we do have folks who are out maintaining, obviously, our parks, and we'll try to, notify folks where they are supposed to be and not supposed to be. But again, a lot of this requires compliance voluntarily on behalf of members of the public that collectively we will adhere to these and work this through. But again, as noted, if there's something egregious or some regular repeated offenders, if you will, we can certainly cite those folks.
And maybe this is an opportunity to remind people of what the rules are for the guidance related to tennis and pickleball in terms of proximity to each other, what you can touch, what you're not supposed to touch.
Yeah, it's relatively limited. Obviously, no interaction with one another, no high fives, no sharing of paddles, maintain distance, no doubles play, singles play only. So there is a full list of rules that's available. But again, the idea is to really stay apart from one another and minimize any type of contact.
And then someone asked me a question today, well, what about swimming pools? And I did a little bit of research and it was like, I don't know. I can't tell where I think the county public health office is on swimming pools.
Yeah, we had a lot of discussion on that topic with this. I meet on a regular basis via Zoom with all the other city managers in the county, and we regularly have staff from the county, including the public health officers, attend in swimming pools with a big discussion point. They are well aware of the interests, given that it's getting warmer out, that folks would like to use the swimming pools either recreationally or more competitively. There's a lot of discussion whether chlorine levels obviously help to kill off the virus and if it would be a safer environment than others. Obviously, that was not included, the allowance for swimming pools in this order. I think we'll have to wait and see what happens. What I would suspect is if it is allowed at the next phase or even before May 30th, potentially, that social distancing would be required. Lap swims would have to be spread out, likely one person to a lane, that sort of thing. Very different than what we've managed in the past. But as of now, swimming pools, public swimming pools, are not allowed to operate.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Anybody else have questions? All my questions were asked. What a bright group of people who were ahead of me. Okay. Hearing that, I understand there will be more presentations. So, Chief Chaplain next.
I believe I am, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Haskew and members of council. I am Tom Chaplin, Chief of Police for your Walnut Creek Police Department. I'm here to provide you with an update regarding public safety and the police department. I'll start by checking in on our emergency deployment model, which we switched to early on in the shelter in place. We've made a modification, but the headline here is we have police officers on the street. We continue to try to limit their contact with members of our community. We are handling reports via telephone reporting, but are ready and available to respond to residences if necessary. We're also limiting contact amongst the officers. However, we are out there. There is still issues occurring. There is still crime occurring, which I'll discuss in a few minutes. But I do want to just check in on that emergency deployment model to let you know it is still operating. It's put us in a good position to respond to these changing needs in this environment. But we've also begun discussing what it looks like for us when we ramp down from this emergency deployment model, and at some point in hopefully the near future, get back to our regularly scheduled programming. I did want to share that we continue to receive calls for service with regards to county health order violations. That is generally in the range of 6 to 10 calls for service a day. We have written a couple of citations for non-compliance. I can tell you that the vast majority of those that we have contact with as a result of calls for service or personal observations do respond when we provide education and simply ask them to follow the rules more effectively. When this has not occurred, we will utilize the citation process. Again, that's been very infrequent. We expect that calls related to the health order might ramp up for a few days as we start working into this current phase. With the skate park being opened, we've received some calls about the number of people there. So I just encourage members of the community to please adhere to the orders. If we do have to come out, we really do just want voluntary compliance and to provide a little education. Please also share this with your teenagers and with your children to adhere to those rules as well. We're happy at the loosening of some of the rules, but we do want to stay consistent and make sure that we don't backslide with our compliance. We continue to engage with the community in virtual ways. We've held coffee with a cop meetings and we have more planned. And last Thursday night, I was able to meet virtually with the Police Chief Community Advisory Board. And that was a very good conversation, very productive, and even went beyond the 2-hour schedule a little later in tonight. So I very much appreciate their commitment to the process and meeting with me under unique circumstances. I do want to check in on crime statistics. Sadly, to report, there is still crime occurring in our community, but I want to give you a snapshot of what that looks like. And in doing so, I'm going to compare the week of April 26th, 2019 through May 3rd, 2019, with that same time period in 2020. In 2019, we had 3 crimes against persons. That is the same number we had here in 2020. Our property crime, however, last year at this same week, we had 40 property crimes. This year, we've had 25. I can tell you that has held true pretty much throughout this period during the shelter in place. Our overall crime rate has gone down. I have, however, been in communication with our regional partners who have reported that there have been some increases in criminal activity and domestic violence cases We've not seen the increases in domestic violence cases, and our crime statistics have held relatively steady at not quite a reduction of 50%, but really in that 25 to 30% range. Speaking of our regional work, as our city manager mentioned in his ongoing meetings with the other CMs and associated staff, our police chiefs in the region, the sheriff, our county leaders, and our federal partners continue now to meet. We're meeting on a bi-weekly basis instead of monthly to exchange information, to make sure we're applying the rules consistently throughout the county and checking in on various trends and issues that are occurring with other jurisdictions. Speaking of our regional partners, I did check in with Chief Brochard of the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District and asked for an update from him that I could share with you this evening. He shared with me that they only have one employee currently off duty related to COVID-19. 4 of their personnel have tested positive for COVID-19 overall, and 28 have now been tested, and those results were negative. From their emergency operations, their fire/rescue branch of the Emergency Operations Center was moved into a monitoring status today and will be monitored remotely by their deputy fire chief. They are returning to a staffed operational status, or can return to a staffed operational status within a few hours if necessary. Their overall emergency call volume continues to be below normal levels. Their stations and chief officer positions are staffed normally. I should mention that we at the PD are fully staffed right now, and we do still have training going on in our dispatch center. For emergency medical services, they are reducing their emergency ambulance deployment by approximately 10% to control costs and balance the resources to meet current and expected demand over the month of May. And their emergency ambulance call volume is reduced and well below current capacity. The surge plan for 911 emergency ambulance transport throughout all the county was approved on April 7th. And again, their overall EMS, emergency medical service calls and ambulance transports, are below the normal range. He also wanted me to share that they are beginning discussions regarding the use of evacuation shelters and probable need to provide social distancing and PPE due to COVID in the event of a large wildland fire. They're meeting with Red Cross and County OES next week to start discussions. They're continuing to work on getting their new helicopter certified for aerial firefighting. They anticipate having it ready and operational in mid to late summer. And he wanted me to provide a reminder that this is Wildfire Preparedness Week. Their fire season preparations are moving forward as normal. Their heavy equipment program is improving fire trails. Wildland apparatus are receiving their final preparations, and crews are beginning seasonal off-road driving training. For homeowners, homeowners should be starting their defensible space and weed abatement efforts in preparation for the upcoming fire season. Grasses are drying out quickly, and more information is available at their website under Residents Wildland Fire Guide. A reminder that 3 of the last 5 years have been the deadliest and costliest wildfire seasons on record, and we all need to do our part to prepare. I will share again that policing in Walnut Creek might look differently for a period of time, even as we ramp down from this emergency deployment model. I anticipate during that time frame we'll continue to wear face coverings, practice social distancing, but we'll continue to provide exceptional police services. That's my report and the firefighters report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have for me.
Thank you, Chief. We appreciate all you and all our officers and non-sworn officers who are working, all the work that they're doing. Does anybody at council have any questions? I see none. Looks like you talked about everything you needed to talk about. Okay, and so thank you. And we're on our way now to Terry. Terry, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Terry Kilgore, Assistant City Manager. I'm here this evening to talk to you about the economic development activity and trends that we're seeing. So the first thing I'd like to do, though, while the slide is coming up, and is to introduce that we have a new economic development manager that has come on board. Colette Hanna is joining us with deep traditional economic development experience, as well as quite a lot of expertise in working with downtowns. She was with the Santa Monica BID, which is our equivalent of the Walnut Creek Downtown Association that you'll hear from this evening. So she's worked with retail, she's worked with restaurants, she understands the uniqueness of downtown environments. And she also comes to us with a marketing background, which we intend to use very heavily as we figure out how to eventually reopen our community and our businesses more fully. So the economic situation, when you look at the number of jobless claims, the very small silver lining here is that both at the state level and nationally, the number of new claims is down. The bad news is the number of people that continue to remain unemployed. So for the state of California right now, 3.7, actually almost 3.8 million workers are unemployed. That's almost 1 in 5. And in the new numbers that the federal government is expected to release this Friday, most are projecting that national unemployment will rise to over 16%. So it looks like while the rate of new claims is slowing, the economic impact of this crisis as it continues to linger is really just staggering. Some articles are comparing it, or pointing out, I should say, that we haven't seen this level of unemployment in the US since the 1930s. Next slide, please. The good news is that on April 21st, the federal government passed the phase 3.5 stimulus package. It increased the amount of money available to go to businesses in the much talked about payroll protection package, PPP loans, in which businesses can get up to a $10 million maximum loan. And a portion of that is spent on employees can actually become forgivable. The Congress also and the president also authorized $50 billion more in EDIL loans, economic disaster injury loans, where businesses can get up to $2 million in loans, low interest, but also receive a $10,000 grant. So trying to pump liquidity into our businesses as quickly as possible is an exciting sign. Both this council, when it comes to business license, as well as the BID, as you'll hear this evening, are looking at how we can create as much space for our businesses to recover as we can support financially. And so both the deadlines for those two items are proposed to move to September 30th. You've already approved the business license extension, and this evening you'll be asked to consider delaying the due date for our BID and South BID payments. Next slide, please. As Dan noted, Contra Costa County is on a slightly different track at the moment than what the governor has laid out for the overall state. And the most important part of this is that at this point, Contra Costa County is not allowing the curbside pickup for retailers that Dan mentioned. And so that means that our non-essential retail and our auto sales are still closed for the moment. We're hopeful that in the coming weeks, the county will take a look at safe ways we could operate these types of businesses and maintain social distancing. But for the moment, this space is closed. One business we didn't mention earlier that is back open is real estate, both residential and commercial, allowing the showing of properties with safe practices in place. Next slide, please. The other silver lining here is that many people are starting to wrap their brains around what would a reopening strategy or strategies look like. That includes the county. They have formed an ad hoc committee on recovery, and this Thursday is their first meeting. If the council or members of the public are interested in participating, the details are on the county website, and they will be accepting public comments. So it's exciting to see the county engaging in how to support businesses in the recovery. And then the city staff has been busy doing the same thing. We've been thinking about how can we use this time before we get the green light to make sure that we're ready with some proactive marketing, that we've thought about how to best accommodate fast permitting, and some creative reuses of our streetscapes and our right-of-way in the downtown to help support our businesses if they do reopen with additional social distancing in place. You'll note on the right-hand side a collaborative partnership between Downtown Walnut Creek, the Chamber, and the city to make sure that we are still continuing to market those businesses that are open. And those are available again on our website, /open, for people looking for open businesses. You know, we have been approached, as has council, the community and businesses have been reaching out to council and staff, asking for us to begin thinking about reopening. And, you know, these requests are coming in from many different directions and with quite a lot of enthusiasm. And we, this evening, would like to recommend a coordinated approach. We would like to make sure that we create a structure that gathers impact or input from impacted businesses. And to that end, we would appreciate council's direction. Our initial thinking is that an ad hoc committee would be the best structure, with representatives from the Chamber, WCD, businesses, including retail, restaurant, and office representatives, brokers, and even healthcare, to help us think about how to best reopen and what we can do in these multiple phases of recovery that the governor has outlined. Next slide. And then my final comment is that we've been also working with our partners at Walnut Creek Downtown, Diablo Regional Arts Association, and staff to think of ways to just show that we are really all in this together. And what's been created, you see the colorful banners in front of you. They're versions of the same logo that we have created and are offering up the open source logos, meaning anyone can download the source files and either make them more artsy, change the colors, put them on a t-shirt, or a banner. And we're hopeful that the community will adopt these logos. You'll start to see staff using them more and more to just promote the message of unity and that we really are supporting each other. We're supporting our schools, we're supporting our businesses, and we're doing it together. So use the hashtag Walnut Creek Together. And if you would like to download the logos, you can go to the City Walnut Creek website /together. So with that, I will close my comments and be available for questions.
Thank you very much, Terry. Council, any questions on this topic? Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Thank you, Terry. And well, actually, it was less a question, really just a follow up on your recommendation. And if it's okay, Mayor, I'd just like to make a comment on that. I did meet with several, about 7 of the top business leaders in downtown Walnut Creek last week over Zoom, talking about a variety of different strategies, reopening and really jump-starting activity when the green light is there. I love the idea for a recommendation for an ad hoc committee. I would like to be part of that. I would definitely like to be able to give direction on that from the council, and whether or not that's forming the ad hoc committee tonight or whether it's in putting into place a way for us to be able to recommend that, I would like to do that. I think it's a great idea.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, Councilmember Silva.
Thank you very much, Terry, and I appreciate your participation last week. Walnut Creek Downtown hosted a meeting with restaurant people and their membership. And as liaison to Walnut Creek Downtown, I participated in that, as did Colette and also Carla Hansen. And there were a lot of issues discussed. I appreciate the idea of the ad hoc committee. It might be a good idea to look at it in subsets as well, because it's very similar to what we did when we were doing the downtown enhancement initiatives. One committee not necessarily will have the expertise. The restaurants have one issue, the retailers may have a different issue. So just a thought on that. And I know you were thinking about that, but it might be a way to approach this and make it movable, nimble, and easy to get things done more quickly.
I don't see any more hands. Are there any other comments from any of the staff, council? I have a comment, which is, I suspect that every one of us council members want to be part of rebuilding Walnut Creek and making it the new Walnut Creek that it can be. And so I'm going to say that as mayor, I'm going to defer the decision for a short amount of time. I know time is of the essence, but I need to put a lot of thought in this, including taking into consideration Councilmember Silva's suggestion that we divvy up the pie. The one concern I have about that is, from what I know about all of us going out, we're getting a lot of duplicate ideas, and we all think they're the most amazing ideas in the whole wide world. And I don't want a lot of us working in the same direction differently. So I'm going to hold back on a decision and suggesting who will be appointed to the committee at this moment. At this moment, also, I am opening this opportunity for any public comment. Remember that if you're audio only, you hit star 797. Hold please. Press star 9. And does the city clerk, will you help me here and let me know if there are people waiting to make comments?
Yes, we have, looks like 2 individuals, so we'll bring them in one at a time.
Thank you. Remember, your time is 2 minutes. And again, we're asking that this is be constructive and politely delivered. Thank you.
Okay, we have Pete Bennett.
Okay, on the downtown business district, I have a couple complaints. One is everybody's taking away the plugs. So as a homeless person, I have barely any way of participating, and my battery's about to die. I may not even make it to public comment. Put the plugs back in the library, please, so we can have plugs, because everybody's being threatened with arrest. I'm tired of intersecting with police officers over a pitiful plug. The other one is dig up my Walnut Creek business license from 1995 so I can use that to apply for these funds. I had a business in this town. I know who drove me out of business. I've been driven out of 5 offices in Walnut Creek, 1 in Pleasant Hill. I had a man with a gun in my computer store in 1995. And it just drags on and drags on and drags on. The city needs to know what you've been going on. Don't cringe. I lost all my computers, all my servers, and all my laptops in connection. And now I'm down to 15%, and I probably won't make it to the public comment. I've been burned by local businesses here. Significant amount of money. Oh, and by the way, there are homeless on the streets, sick. We need plugs. Put them back in the library. Take the one and put it back in front of the memorial that was taken out to spite me. It was retaliation. I was all set up working on my computer. I can't even print a claim. How would you like to be in that situation? Such a hospitable downtown community. I've been burned for millions. Millions. I know who did it. And you lost Larry Ellison of Oracle. He moved his company out of here because of the conflict with me. That's billions that left the town. I'm sorry. It's gone on too.
Thank you. This is a reminder that this public comment is only related to the report that has just been presented related to the COVID-19 adaptations that the city has instituted and plans for the city to go forward. So if you've raised your hand and you think it's general public comment, please lower your hand. And City Clerk, is there anybody else that would like to make a comment?
Mark Jaffe.
Councilors, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Mark Jaffe from Walnut Creek. I emailed you, Mayor, the statement I wanted to make. It's longer than 2 minutes, so I'll just summarize. I want to thank you for controlling the budget in this difficult time. I note that sales tax revenues are down due to the extended business closures. And I have two concerns and two suggestions relating to the problems that we're going to have with the business districts. And my comments are mostly focused on Locust Street, but I suspect they apply to other areas. So Locust Street was already struggling before this happened. We had multiple restaurants that have been closed for months or years. And now we're going to be looking at many more closures. The Golden Gate Restaurant Association estimates that as many as 50% of San Francisco restaurants will close permanently, and we could be looking at a similar number in Walnut Creek. So two specific suggestions. One is we should look at downsizing our commercial district by rezoning portions of the commercial district to residential preferred. There's a shortage of residential housing in the Bay Area, as you all know. And so this might be an opportunity to take advantage of that situation and solve another problem that has been a chronic one affecting Walnut Creek and the Bay Area generally. And then second, and this probably duplicates ideas that you've been hearing from the business community as well, but in case it doesn't, I'd like to suggest the idea of closing streets to vehicular traffic each evening so that restaurants can set up tables in the middle of the street and that retailers can sell some of their goods flea market style in the street. And I'm suggesting that this be done in the evenings due to the high temperatures that we're about to start encountering over the summer. So I think it would be a great expansion of what you've done in previous years with the first Wednesday street fairs, but as a way of just getting more people to use our wonderful businesses in Walnut Creek. And just to sum up, I'm a long-term resident of the Mercer downtown. I was attracted to Walnut Creek and love being here because of all the experiences that are available within walking distance of my home. And I think we should be rooting for all the restaurants and the stores to come back and provide the tax revenue and the jobs that we desperately need here in town. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. I'm going to add that, remember, a lot of those restaurants are open for pickup or delivery. So check that website and make sure that at our Walnut Creek website, and make sure that you know about those opportunities. Is there another speaker?
We have one more.
Thank you. Would you bring it forward? Todd, are you going to talk about COVID-19?
No, I'm not ready then. Not the time. Okay, well, this is COVID-19, then I'll get up.
It's COVID-19.
Okay, so no.
Okay, thank you. We'll look forward to hearing you later on. Okay, next on the agenda is the consent calendar. Does any council member wish to pull an item for discussion?
Madam Mayor, I want to pull C, D, and G.
C,
C, D, E, and G. I think I said
E, and G. Thank you, sorry.
C through E and G.
Oh. C, D, E,
and G.
and you're going to leave it in A, B, and F. Is that another way of saying what you want?
Sure, I have no objections to.
Okay, all righty. Before we go on, I first must note that for the record, I am recusing myself and abstaining from item 2G related to the proposed lease with Los Moles due to a potential conflict of interest. And I believe there may be some comments from staff regarding an item on the consent calendar. Perhaps City Attorney would like to give me a comment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The in relation to items 2C, 2D, and 2E, these items relate to compensation payable to department directors, the city manager, and the city attorney. Each of the items provides for the department directors, city manager, and city attorney that they will forego a scheduled or potential permanent 3% increase that would have taken effect during fiscal year 2021 and will also accrue during fiscal year 2021 an additional 2% salary or compensation decrease. State law requires that a verbal announcement of compensation changes be made prior to action by the City Council. The action may remain on the consent calendar. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Does any member of the public wish to make comments on the consent calendar? If so, please raise your hand. I am not seeing any. So may I have a motion?
Move to adopt consent calendar items 2A, B, and F.
Second.
Okay, may I have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Silva,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk,
Aye.
Councilmember Francois,
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell,
Aye.
Mayor Haskew.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, Councilmember Waddell, you have pulled these items. Would you like to comment on them one at a time or all in total?
With the concurrence of you, Madam Mayor, I will address C, D, and E together.
I concur.
Thank you for the time. Let me just start out by stating the clear obvious that we should all be thanking, and I believe all of us are, everyone that has been involved with putting this proposal together. Independent of if you support the proposal, it is important to acknowledge that these are trying times. And while I'm sure it's safe to say the entirety of this council feels for all staff, and really anyone that's affected by the COVID pandemic. As the COVID crisis evolved, all cities across the country have come to the realization that things cannot continue down the same projected paths developed before the stay-in-place orders were put in place. And to that point, city after city surrounding Walnut Creek has taken action to meet the challenging times in front of us. Walnut Creek is looking at possibly taking some of those actions tonight, including this item. Like Walnut Creek, many cities surrounding us have looked to the executive teams to set the appropriate tone about what is to come to their employees and to the communities in which they serve. Concord, for example, took the immediate, not a delayed action to cut top exec compensation by a total of 9%. That council went even farther, which I would have hoped would have been part of this discussion, to offset some of their salary. This is what I believe real leadership look like. Actions that meet a very clear and immediate challenge to the situation, sets expectations to match the crisis, and provides negotiation room for non-exec staff. It is clear to me that there are many issues with the current proposal on these items. The proposal sets the wrong expectations for negotiations with employee groups. An overwhelming large percentage of our yearly budget is directly related to employee pay and related compensation. Ergo, any budget challenges will require cuts to future projected hires, employee furloughs and terminations, or possibly even, as we're seeing here, employee pay concessions. Anyone that believes, and I believe I can say this with full confidence based off my 8 years on this council, that any future deal with employee representatives, that it will not be anywhere near the 5% cuts. Again, there's only 2% cuts that are involved with with these employees' current paychecks. 2, the proposal would approve cuts that do not go into effect until next year. This is on the same night that we're discussing using over $3 million in reserves to cover this year's projected budget gap. How is this possible or prudent? How have we not been negotiating with our employee groups for immediate concessions already is beyond me, and in my opinion, has been a major inadequacy in our response to date. Lastly, this proposal states that the 2% in paycheck reductions will be reinstated after the 2021 budget cycle. There is absolutely zero evidence that I have seen, nor has it been provided by staff in any of their financial documentation, including the documentation provided tonight, that the financial impact will be limited to only this budget cycle and their next budget cycle. In fact, all of it has been the contrary. How can we be making this statement today? How can we be telling our other employee groups to expect something similar? There is clearly zero data to support this provision. Now, let me be clear, just so there's no mistakes. I fully appreciate the efforts by all city staff, especially during these trying times. And that includes our executive staff, which we're dealing with tonight. I also appreciate the fact that many in our community is hurting financially, including our staff members. Asking anyone to make a salary concession should not be taken lightly and only used in limited circumstances. This is yet another reason why I've advocated for a principled approach during salary negotiations on an ongoing basis that still has yet to materialize. Additionally, the dedication of our staff to this community should be commended at all times. Yet their dedication is not the issue at hand tonight, and is the problem, and is not the problem with their proposal. The issue is the short-sightedness of this proposal in the face of our fiscal conditions and the uncertainty of our future. I highly, highly, highly recommend that we do not move forward with this proposal tonight, and rather have the terms proposed to the council in closed session and debated, just like every other employee negotiation we have gone through, but for this one. This will allow us to weigh how we will address all employee groups across the board, along with providing us the necessary information to back up our decisions. If this requires multiple meetings or more meetings, so be it. This is clearly called for considering the staff report that will be covered under consideration tonight. Again, will recommend using reserves. Ergo, any proposed cuts should be immediate. Show the necessary leadership to both the staff and the community, while leaving appropriate negotiation rooms for other units. Moving forward with this proposal will only make the issue harder, require multiple rounds of negotiations, and have a much more painful impact and make it much harder to solve in the future.
Does any other council member have a comment? Thank you very much for what you said, and I'm going to ask for a motion.
Move to approve consent calendar items 2C, 2D, and 2E.
And I will second the motion, but I want to make note for the record a couple of clarifications. Next year is in 6 weeks. This is not next calendar year. And I'm afraid that some comments might have misconstrued that. And I think this is a very long range and thoughtful proposal that I appreciate staff brought forward so that we can begin this process of determining how we're going to address an incredibly fluid and ever-changing environment. So thank you very much to staff.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. May I have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Francois,
Aye.
Councilmember Silva,
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk,
Aye.
Mayor Haskew.
Aye,
Motion carries 4-1.
thank you. Item G,
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'm assuming you want to talk now?
Sure, unless someone else would like to talk first, that's fine with me too.
Nope, go for it.
Or if anyone has questions on the lease. Hearing none, I started questioning whether or not moving forward with this lease was appropriate shortly after the stay-in-place orders were put into place, considering not only our financial situation at the time, but also the very clear black hole that we're going to be entering into as it relates to our financial situation. Yet, I came to the conclusion when it first came in front of us and on April 7th that we had already agreed to terms and believed that it was appropriate at that time to move forward with what we had already agreed to. However, the proposal that's in front of us now is not that deal. And in conjunction with that, we've been provided much more financial insight into our current and ongoing situation, financially that is. While at this moment, we do not have a clear picture of how COVID will affect us financially over the next few years, we at least have a guess. Just tonight, we had multiple items on the agenda attempting to deal with our current financial predicament, including a staff proposal, as was just approved, to cut employee pay, and multiple proposed budget adjustments, including the use of over $3 million in financial reserves. So what do? We actively renegotiated a deal that we had already agreed to and not to our advantage, while at the same time proposing to spend over $600,000 in tenant improvements. Even with the best case scenario laid out in the staff report and the lease, we will not even begin to recoup just these funds that we're expounding as part of this proposal for 3.25 years. And there's no guarantees that we'll ever see this money again. Now, I've heard from many people, that, including some on this council, that a significant number of our restaurants are assumed not to make it out of this crisis. And therefore, this is a fantastic reason to increase the supply of restaurants. In fact, some experts I've talked to estimate that between 20 and 40% of all restaurants will not make it through the stay-in-place order and its aftermath. The assumption by experts and others is in fact the exact, if not a major reason not to move forward with this lease. Simple economics tells you that by adding additional supply to any marketplace where demand is already not there will compound issue. And that's in a normal market, and that's definitely not the market that we have today. In our community prior to COVID, we already had an oversaturation of restaurants, many of which were clearly borderline of their ability to make it. Now, in COVID time, everyone is expecting a continued and long-term drop in demand for sit-down restaurants due to a multitude of issues. One prominent restaurateur in Walnut Creek believes that it will be a year before any normal sit-down operations resume. And that's if he makes it. I fundamentally cannot understand how adding more supply to a projected oversupplied marketplace is advisable or makes economic or financial sense, especially a Mexican restaurant, when there are 3 within stone's throw of this facility and many more within walking distance. Other council members have expressed similar concerns on how we're managing our finances during this time. Just 3 weeks ago, Councilmember Wilk questioned if it was prudent for us to move forward with some projects and said, I quote, "We really do not know what the state of our finances are going to be once the entire crisis ends and how we're going to be looking financially. I am just concerned that we're going forward with projects that were negotiated prior to the crisis without thinking about the ramifications down the line." I agree with Mr. Wilk's sentiment, and I believe that same thing should apply to this issue, especially considering that we know more about our financial situation now than we did back then, and it's not rosy. If approved by the council majority tonight, the decision will not only make the financial situation much harder to resolve. To say it again, in this meeting, not months from now, we will be talking about using $3 million in reserves to cover a projected deficit for this year. All of which, this money that is appropriated as part of this proposal could be used in transitioning us to a post-COVID budget. I highly recommend that we hold off on any leasing efforts on this facility until a later date when we have actual information on the post-COVID market and more financial related information.
Thank you. Are there any other council comments regarding this? I entertain a motion.
I think Member Will.
Kevin, Mayor Pro Tem, are you commenting?
Yes, I would like to make a comment on that.
Okay.
And I appreciate what Councilmember Waddell has to say about this. As I mentioned in our last council meeting, this is not an easy decision. We are left between truly it's a rock and a hard place. Do we exacerbate the vacancy rate downtown with an intangible also being that we could inadvertently bring down another restaurant or two along with it because now there is that many more vacancies on that area of Locust? Or do we invest in our community, even at a financial cost on this that might not be recouped for a couple of years, to help reinvigorate a reopening of Walnut Creek when we know, and we've just even talked about ad hoc committees and being able to reopen Walnut Creek, we know this is going to be a challenge. Do we look at Walnut Creek and say purely this doesn't make dollars and cents, so no? Or do we look to this and say this is something that we look to the future, that we do not want to have a vacancy in our own property that we can help do something about? And we don't want that vacancy then for the next potentially 2 to 3 years. And to lead by example to all of these landlords and banks that have tenants in their properties and have them say, Walnut Creek is leading the way. We want to also be part of this reinvigoration. Or, well, Walnut Creek doesn't believe in that either. They're not moving forward. I guess we'll just kind of see how things go, and we're going to hold our tenants' feet to the fire. I say no. I say, yes, sometimes it is biting the bullet. But let's invest in our community. Let's make sure that we don't have one more vacancy that we know are coming, and believe in the future that Walnut Creek has for downtown and our residents in supporting those businesses. And I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Did you want to? Councilmember Silva, please.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I will make the motion to authorize the city manager to execute the 10-year lease. But then, as the maker of the motion, I'd like to be the first to comment.
Please. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I don't want to if you don't get a second, then everything dies for lack of a second. So I'll let you see if you have a second.
Do I have a second? Yes, I do.
I'm going to strongly agree with the Mayor Pro Tem. I was one of the two on the ad hoc committee, and it is a difficult decision, but first and foremost, we are the property owner, and we have an obligation to our downtown economy to tenant this property and to be moving forward, not retrenching ourselves and basically making another black hole on Locust Street. It is a long-term investment in our property. Half of what we will invest is completely recoverable over time. They are long-term tenant obligations that we have as the landlord to improve the bathrooms, the sanitation grease interceptor, etc. It's overly simplistic to just say we're oversaturated with restaurants. We have restaurants that will make it because they're well financed and they're a regional draw. And we do have restaurants that will not make it because they were not appropriate businesses from the get-go. This restaurant that is coming in is from the Bay Area. It is from West County. They have 3 other operations. They are well-known regionally. They have a top chef who has a radio show and a blog. This is a draw to Locust Street, not a detraction, and it's very different and unique. And I think we would be completely short-sighted not to be investing in our property and investing in economic recovery.
Thank you. Any other comments by any other council member?
Madam Mayor, as a seconder of the motion, I would concur with the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Silva. I think that this is a tough decision, but I also think that it's important that we make this decision at this time with this tenant. I think careful consideration was given and the subcommittee vetted the potential tenants very carefully. I'm very optimistic about the future of this particular tenant, given the reasons that Councilmember Silva said, but also given that they have a catering operation. They're not a typical white tablecloth restaurant. They're more set up to do takeout and delivery, and I think they're very adept at doing things like that. I also think I would commend our staff for negotiating appropriate financial protections for the city in terms of guarantees, both from the corporation and personally, and that the capital outlay that we're having to make now, we'll have to make at any point in the future, and the likely tenant we would have for this space is a restaurant. We're going to have to put money into replacing the grease trap. We're going to have to do that now. We're going to have to do that 2 years from now. And I think we'll see a return on our investment. There's also financial provisions that the city, if the restaurant does even better than projections, that we get a percentage of the base rent or a percentage of the profit. So I think this is a good deal, and that's why I will be supporting it.
Hey, Councilmember Waddell.
I'll keep it short, I promise.
Okay, good.
This is very clearly not an investment issue. I think all of us on council are more than willing and able and have been for many, many years advocating for the continued investment here in Walnut Creek, and of course the continued success of not only Walnut Creek businesses but also the community members that live here and visit here. The issue is an economic one. I think it's extremely short-sighted to look at this as a normal marketplace where some restaurants make it and some don't, or some businesses make it and some don't. This is very clearly not a normal situation. The government has come in and essentially shut down an overwhelmingly large majority of businesses and limited what restaurants can do. And that will have both short-term and long-term effects. The winners and losers here are not going to be picked by anyone on this panel. It's going to be how much supply is in the marketplace compared to how much demand there is in the community. And it's very clear that in a traditional marketplace, demand may fluctuate, but again, this is not normal. Demand has been cut quite dramatically. I just think it's extremely short-sighted to look at it as a normal marketplace. The last thing I'll say is, yes, we do have an obligation to our downtown community, and we have an obligation to be a successful or hopefully successful landlord. But we have a much, much larger commitment and agreement with the taxpayer and how and why we choose to use their money, not ours. And it's very clear that this is not a wise use, at least in the short term, of taxpayer money.
I will make one final comment. It's clear to you, Councilmember Waddell, that's your point of view. Three of us have a different point of view. I suggest we actually just take the vote.
As is your opinion, it's clear to you.
Oh, okay. I have to abstain on this, but I do get to call the motion, and I do have to ask for the roll call.
Councilmember Silva,
Aye.
Councilmember Francois,
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Aye.
Motion carries with Mayor Haskew abstaining from the item.
Thank you very much. All right, next on the agenda is public communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda. Under the Brown Act, the council cannot act on items raised during public communications, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Again, this is the new procedure, and if you wish to converse, either raise your hand or if you're on audio, press *9 to provide the public comment, and the city clerk will call you as appropriate. Remember, because this is so cumbersome, we have limited our speaker time to 2 minutes. City clerk, do we have any speakers?
We have several speakers. We're bringing in Pete Bennett first.
Thank you. Oh, he made it.
Okay, I had a little trouble again. My name's Pete Bennett. I have a long history with restaurants in Contra Costa County. In 1986, I won the Restaurant Design Award for best use of a certain material. Here I am listening to this debate about buildings and what you're doing. I'm with Justin that I think you're tossing money in the trash because I've watched these restaurateurs vanish over the decades. I'm owed a significant amount of money from these people that went under. I also built Blazing Burgers in '82 and it burned down. And I worked on Johnny Love's. And last year I put the fire out at Maria Maria, and a week later I was arrested and put in jail. And Black Angus is my customer, Lava Raja is my customer, and Wendy's that burned down. All of them caught on fire. You don't see the pattern. Yes, I put one of the very first grease traps in, which is currently Havana, 42 years ago. And you destroyed my business on 3rd Avenue, and you destroyed my software company, and it leads to Walnut Creek. Every corner that I look under, every piece of rock that I find leads back. You have a destructive downtown group that pushes people out of business. I've seen it happen for 40 years. One day, maybe I'll see my day in court. You got a big problem. By the way, plugs, tables, chairs, shade will bring in students and young people that will sit down and spend money and get coffee and things like that. You need an educational facility downtown Walnut Creek, something like Chico, where the students are here. We just lost JFK last week. They're going to close. So it's okay. My projects get burned down, and I'm an arson victim multiple times. Go to the serialarsonist.blogspot.com to learn what I've been through. And I'll show you how people have been getting torched out of business for decades.
Okay, we're bringing OG in.
OG, unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Sure. Good evening, all. I'm OG Strogatz, a longtime resident of Walnut Creek. I speak tonight in support of the Friends of Scott, Alexis, and Tawn Hall. I acknowledge that we meet in the midst of the devastation and uncertainty of this pandemic, which threatens every aspect of our well-being. I also acknowledge the thoughtful, compassionate leadership you all are bringing to this crisis in ways that honor our needs as individuals and as a community. It is that very leadership we are counting on to implement our asks as we seek justice for Miles Hall. We don't regard our fight as something separate from the pandemic that we'll get back to after the horror of COVID-19 is behind us. Rather, the injustice that fuels our anger is inextricably bound with the racial, social, and economic injustice that the pandemic has ripped open in ways that no one can avoid. As Tawn Hall reminds us, we do not see Miles's death in isolation, but as part of a nationwide epidemic of violence where Black men with mental health issues are criminalized and killed. If it can happen in Walnut Creek, it can happen anywhere, and it does. Here are our asks. 1, a non-police response option for mental health calls. Mental illness is a medical issue that deserves the appropriate medical response. 2, mandatory, diversity-sensitive, anti-bias de-escalation and crisis intervention training for all law enforcement personnel. 3, a restrictive use of force policy for Walnut Creek. 4, accountability on 3 fronts. First, independent and unbiased investigations. Second, officers who are off the streets during investigations, especially for officer-involved shootings. And last, a citizens oversight committee tasked with the provision of oversight, not advice. 5, and last, listening meetings that build community trust and engagement. And we thank you for progress on this one. His name is Miles Hall. He will not have died in vain. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ton Hall.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Hi. Thanks for we hope everyone is healthy and safe during this period of uncertainty. Miles Hall was killed on June 2nd by the Walnut Creek Police Department while having a mental health crisis. Next month marks 1 year since his death. In the past month, we have been showing up to these meetings every week while we try to grieve the loss of my son. While we've been fighting for change and will not stop until we get justice for Miles Hall. Our friends and family continue to try to work with the city to make changes so what happened to our son won't happen to another member of our community. Shortly after our son was killed on several occasions, the city council said there's nothing more important than the city is dealing with than the death of Miles. However, the city council has yet to have Miles' death be an official agenda item at a city council meeting. How can something that is so important to the city be one of the most important items that they said, not be worthy of an agenda item at the governor's board meeting? We have attended every city council meeting since June 2nd and sat through agenda topics such as small cell license agreement and fast food drive-thrus, yet our concerns have not been added to the meeting agenda. It is important for the city to understand what happened to Miles as something that could happen to any family. Miles had 2 strikes, having a mental illness and also being a young Black male. I want the city leadership to understand that we keep showing up because we want to ensure that the community members that live here are safe and treated with compassion. We all deserve to be treated without bias. The small, affluent city can be innovated and set the example with policy change and procedure. FOSAF has been working, that's friends of Scott, Alexis, and Ton Hall, have been working with the city manager, and while we appreciate the collaboration and recognize the efforts, we have not seen changes in the requested policy and procedures. We encourage you to be a pillar of change within our small Walnut Creek community and beyond. And you can visit us on justiceformileshall.org.
Thank you. I think you just, I let you slip a little. Okay.
Thanks,
You're
Lola.
welcome. All right. Thank you. Is there any other speaker?
We have about 4 more. Brenda Bryant is next.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, there's 2 of us here, so we'll just kind of be switching off. We are Brenda and Justine Bryant, the aunt and cousin of Miles Hall, here on behalf of FOSAF as well. Miles being taken from us has left an all too noticeable hole in our family that cannot be fixed. And now we have been forced to cope with his untimely death at the hands of Walnut Creek PD. One goal is that Walnut Creek PD moves to a non-police response option for mental health calls.
I work as a 911 dispatcher and receive calls daily from families of people experiencing a mental health crisis, much like the call that Walnut Creek Police Department received from Ton Hall on June 2nd of 2019. Fortunately, the agencies that I dispatch for choose mental health professionals as their first option versus police as first responders in these situations. I've seen firsthand how these professionals are able to de-escalate the crisis and get help for those individuals. I believe that my nephew, Miles Hall, would be alive today if he had been given the option of mental health assistance on June 2nd, 2019.
So as a result, we're asking that protocol not only include a mental health option, but also restrictive use of force policy for the city and accountability among these officers' use of excessive force. My cousin deserved help in his time of need, and we will continue to fight so that another family does not have to advocate for their loved one again. Thank you for your time.
Another person, please.
Jenny Schneider.
Are you on mute, Jenny? Because we can't hear you. Yes, you are. Jenny, please unmute your TV, your computer.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, it's been a while. Thank you for having us this evening. I can't imagine being an elected official in these times, so I'm sure you are all awfully busy. I understand that this is a re-election year for some, and due to various reasons, the projected voter turnout for 2020 elections could be the highest since 1916. Some are calling our 2020 elections the storm of a century. I know myself and many people in our community will be at the polls this year. Included in those voters will be my 18-year-old daughter. She is currently a student at Las Lomas High School. I know she and many of her classmates are looking forward to voting for the first time in their lives. What a historical moment for them. Those students, like many of us, will be thinking of Miles and his family when we vote. We will be researching what each of you has done in your political career to better our community. We will be remembering what each of you has done since June 2nd, 2019. We will ask ourselves before casting our vote if we saw evidence from you on the following. Did you help us to develop a non-police response option for mental health calls? Did you help us to create mandatory effective diversity and crisis intervention training for all law enforcement? Did you help us to create a restrictive use of force policy for the city? Did you help us by taking officers off the street during investigations with police-involved shootings or during independent investigations? Did you help us implement meetings, listening meetings designed to build community trust and engagement? Did you listen? Did you reach out? Did you care? I want to thank you again. I hope you all stay well, and we'll see you again in 2 weeks.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Okay, we're bringing someone in that I think is just by phone. Just a second.
Oh, hi, that's me. Hello, everybody. This is Shiama Clooney. And I don't know if you can hear me. I'm
Yes, I
driving
can.
home.
Yes.
Okay,
Keep talking.
excellent. Hello. I am a member of FOSAF as well. And we are here on the call tonight to underscore the fact that we are not retreating from our requests despite the pandemic that we're all facing and grappling with. I do want to acknowledge that it is an extraordinary task that you have to try to manage the finances of the city and the economic impact of this crisis, this pandemic, on your residents. But I would just attest to the fact that every member of FOSAF and every member of Ton and Scott and Alexis's family would gladly endure, months more of this pandemic to bring Miles back. And Miles himself, I would venture to say, would be happy to endure sheltering at home, not being able to venture out with his friends, etc. All of the restrictions to our freedom that we complain about, if he could have one more day on this earth. And so I say that to put what we're putting on the table in perspective. We're talking about human life, the sanctity and protection of human life. And I want to remind the City Council that a society is judged by how it treats its most vulnerable. People who are similarly situated to Miles are those who are most vulnerable. If you could please let us know how we can get an agenda item on any of the things that you've heard us talk about tonight, we would greatly appreciate it. And we'd also like to establish a timeline for achievement of our top few goals. Those could be 2 goals, 3 goals, 1 goal, but we'd like to have some accountability and a timeline around that. If someone could proactively respond to that, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Is there another speaker?
We have Luann Kane.
This is Luann. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, fantastic. I do not come with a prepared speech or thoughts. I would like to say, first and foremost, thank you to all of you for the hard job that you do. Here to support the Hall family. My heart goes out to them, to the entire family, as it does to the police officers and the community as a whole that have had to live with this tragedy. It is absolutely imperative that we start to acknowledge the mental health crisis that exists within our community. It is a tragedy that we have to have the loss of life, to have this raised to a level that after a year, this still can't get on the City Hall agenda. It is without doubt that a non-police mental health response system would benefit all community members. And there also has to be the restrictive use of force. It is education of these officers in the interim that is going to reduce and eliminate some of these issues. And the day that it is your child that is in those shoes looking at a police officer, that is the day when it becomes raised to a critical element. Please don't let that happen to any more of our children, our adult, or our mental health community members. It is overlooked. There's shame. People don't talk about it. And as a community of caring that we are supposed to be, what can we do to move these initiatives forward? It is absolutely critical, and I can't imagine what the Halls are going through. So let's help them and our community and the mental health crisis at large.
Thank you.
Yep.
I look and don't see any other members. Did we receive anything in by email?
No written public comments. We do have Vivian McHenry on the line.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to cut her off. Please, Vivian, come forward.
Oops, there we go. Am I unmuted now?
Yeah, you're fine. Thank you.
Okay, super. Hi, everyone. Good evening. And I don't even know how to make my camera work, but oh, there we go. Gosh, I'm supposed to be a Zoom expert. Here we go. Hi, everyone. Good evening. This is Vivian McHenry. I am with, as some of you know, FOSATH, the Friends of Scott, Alexis, and Tawn Hall. We have been waging a campaign called Justice for Miles Hall at justiceformileshall.org, and I invite everyone to check us out, register your email, and follow us on our social media, which is the Facebook page, also under the name Justice for Miles Hall, as well as our Instagram, Justice for Miles Hall. So as so many people have talked, well, first and foremost, let me just back up. I want to say again that from the FOSATH group to you, we hope all of your friends and family, of course, and all of you are healthy and well. We recognize, and as I said in the past, through this process, actually, the city's ability to adjust in a crisis and mobilize and organize and put community issues at the top of your list of priorities. And it's been most impressive. And I want to give credit where credit's due. I think we all do, especially because it's an indication that you are able to mobilize and adjust in a crisis. And we have had a healthcare crisis, a mental health care crisis before COVID, and it is compounded and exacerbated now as a result of COVID. I think anyone can tell you, I don't know if Gigi is going to have a chance or someone else from NAMI is going to have a chance to talk this evening but the rates of calls to any mental health organization and resource have been exponential, like off the charts, from people, whether they lived with mental illness prior, or whether this predicament, or this pandemic, I should say, has exacerbated already existing anxieties. So we have a mutually beneficial goal ahead of us to make some of our priorities mental illness and specifically our response to it. And earlier on in this evening, you listed a bunch of priorities: crisis response, preparedness, but I know not one of them involved mental illness and crisis response in that area. And I encourage you to reconsider and make that a priority as well. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. All right. Is there any other public speaking?
No more additional speakers.
Thank you very much. At this moment, we've kind of sat in our seat for almost 2 hours. I'm going to ask that we call for a recess of, let's get back here at 8 o'clock sharp. Welcome back to the Tuesday, April 21st regular meeting of the Walnut Creek City Council. And the next item on the agenda is the adoption of the resolution approving basically the community development block grants, community service grants, and homeless service programs. And may I have the staff report, please?
Actually, Mayor, I don't believe we've done the council member and staff announcements, have we?
We have not. Why don't we do that first? Why don't we start with you since you reminded me?
All right, well, okay. So I wanted to quickly report from County Connection the most recent ridership details, and ridership is down 85%, and it's now serving about 2,000 passengers per day, which is normally from 12,000 per day, about 4 to 8 passengers per trip. So it's definitely down, and we'll get more information on that in the coming weeks. But the people that have been calling out sick dramatically decreased this last week for a variety of reasons, one of which is they're not going to be paid as much being out as they were previously. I also was on the Zoom with a Cop with Lieutenant Tom Cashin last week, and that was terrific. There were probably about 25, 30 people from the public asking a variety of questions, and it was just great to see there's that continued outreach. And I also wanted to put something out there. I noticed that in about 6 months, we've got a November 3rd City Council meeting. That's on Election Day. And it's not just, of course, an election for the country, but it's also an election for 3 of the City Council members. So I'd like to ask if we could have something come on the consent calendar about having the City Council date moving by a week one way or the other, and having it a special meeting so that we can actually have off that election night. And of course, people that would want to come to the City Council meeting also won't feel constrained, especially if lines are long and there is not as many polling stations for people to be able to vote if they're in fact able to vote in person.
Thank you. Now I will go. Are you done, Kevin?
I'm done.
Okay. Now I will surprise the city attorney by asking if there are any closed session announcements.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There were no reportable actions from closed session this evening.
And I'm just checking in with our city manager to see if he has anything else to report.
You'll be hearing from me plenty tonight, so nothing else.
Oh. And then Matt, Councilmember Francois, do you have anything to share?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I attended the April 23rd meeting of the Recycle Smart Board, in which we received a variety of informational reports from staff, including the announcement that, as Councilmember Silva noted at the last meeting, the reuse and cleanup days that Republic Services provides on about a quarterly basis have been temporarily paused during the COVID-19 crisis, and there's no indication yet when they'll restart, but as soon as we get information on that, we'll provide it. We also voted to extend the contract with the authority's executive director and to re-enter into a contract with the consultant that provides rate-setting services. That is my report, and I would just register my support for the Mayor Pro Tem's suggestion to reschedule the City Council hearing scheduled for November 3rd.
Thank you. Councilmember Waddell, please.
The only action or the only item that I have to cover is, as all of you know, I am part of the Walnut Creek Sister Cities Board as a non-voting member. Yesterday, Ms. Silva and I had the opportunity to meet with the board for the first time in a while to cover COVID-related issues and how they're going to affect the program, and of course, how it's going to affect their budget moving forward. And unfortunately, as I'm sure all of you can assume, the 2021 program was canceled. So we'll have to pick up again next year and hopefully see what's going on here in the United States and of course what's going over on in our sister cities.
Thank you. Councilmember Silva.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor. As I mentioned earlier, I did, as liaison from the council to Walnut Creek Downtown, attend a special meeting that was a discussion, very interesting discussion amongst restaurateurs, and some city staff were there as well. I would really call it a restaurant recovery strategy meeting, and there will be more to follow. I know they are looking forward to the thought of a committee to work on those issues from the city, and the city perhaps leading the effort, even if convening the effort, so that they all can participate. I would make an announcement that Trinity Center is having a virtual gala this Friday night. So if you want to be supportive of the entity that provides services for the homeless here in Walnut Creek, you can participate virtually and do virtual bidding. It should be an interesting process to watch and participate in, and you don't have to pay to participate, just if you want to bid. And in order to sign up, go to trinitycenterwc.org, and it's Friday night, May 8th at 6 p.m. The Community Service Day, we have kicked off as of today our recruitment of projects for Saturday, October 10th. We are being cautiously optimistic, but we've had extensive conversation with many of the nonprofits about how the social distancing requirements, et cetera, what that would entail, what tool sharing would not occur the way it does and has in the past. And so we're going to be optimistic, but also being prepared. The national census is continuing. As of this afternoon, Walnut Creek had 72.4% household response. It makes us the 35th best city in the state of California in terms of our household response rate. A lot of Contra Costa cities are in the top 50, which is great. I will say that we still lag in the neighborhoods that are multifamily downtown: Creekside Drive, Lincoln, Carmel, Trinity, Oakland, and the committee has put together some ideas that with appropriate facial covering and gloves, we may be distributing bilingual information at the end of May or early June to those households so that we can try to get them going on that. And finally, I will mention that I have been participating in numerous meetings and phone calls with statewide legislators and state officials regarding the revenue crisis and the funding needs of cities across the state and actually across the United States. As our city manager has pointed out in numerous meetings, this is not a crisis of expenses. This is a crisis of revenues because of the economic fallout from this pandemic crisis. We are requesting that the federal government put together the opportunity for cities to be able to receive funds through the CARES program. The funds that were allocated in the last CARES package were restricted to cities and counties larger than 500,000 in population, which is basically 6 cities in the state of California and only 18 of the 58 counties. So we are lobbying in Sacramento and in Washington, D.C. to improve that state so that we can see some of the help from the federal government and the state government in that regard. And that is my report. Thank you very much.
You are welcome. I think I got everybody else, and I don't have that much to report. I met with the Golden Rain Foundation board at Rossmore and gave them a report of the city, and then listened to about how their problems pretty much parallel our problems, with the additional concern that their population is 100% part of the vulnerable group of us. And so they have to do and be extra smart to deal with what they have. I have a planning committee meeting tomorrow for Contra Costa Transportation Authority. And because I have at home time, I am getting my licensure, continuing education done. And I had an ethics committee meeting that I am going to try and convince us to actually see, because it really gives a sense of what ethics should be, and not just applying to accounting and independence under those circumstances, and I found it quite inspirational. So I hope I can pull it off and get us to see it all. That being the thing, now we're going to go for what I'm really looking forward to. Yes, sir.
Just quickly, does staff or the city manager need any more direction regarding the November 3rd meeting to come up to council?
Yeah, but
Can I make a comment? I forgot to.
Yes.
I would agree with the request, but I would point out that when I was first on council, maybe my first 8 years, we never would have a meeting on the first Tuesday of November. Our agendas became very packed maybe 6 years ago, and so we refrained from doing that. But I would be supportive of it, perhaps just even canceling and scheduling everything away from it.
Oh, I can only hope we have that little on our to-do list. Okay, I think, Matt, would you like to make it unanimous? And, oh no, you did. Kevin did, Justin did, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's unanimous. So we will bring it forward at some point in the future, far enough in advance so everybody can make their appropriate plans. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor, can I ask a question too, following up on Councilmember Waddell's report on the sister cities? I'm assuming that the kids that were supposed to come in April from Sea of Folk and the Chetto are not going to be coming at any time, at least in the foreseeable future. I was just wondering if any other activities or virtual meetings took place between our Walnut Creek students and their counterparts overseas.
I have no idea. Maybe Councilmember Silva or Councilmember Waddell would have an answer.
There have been some activity back and forth that's virtual. The rationale for the cancellation was because we needed to make a decision because the Walnut Creek contingency travels first. And it was unclear whether they could even get out of the country and whether it would be prudent to do so. And I would make the statement that I'm not sure the families who had applied have even really heard this yet. So I'm not sure if we should be first to the information. I think the club deserves an opportunity to advise the people, including Sea of Folk and Chetto. So.
Got it.
I can confirm that they have not been notified yet.
Yeah, sorry about that, Dan.
Okay. Now, can we get on to the item that I want to get onto, which is our awarding of grants, because it's a pleasant topic. So may I please request the staff report?
Hello, can you hear and also see the presentation?
Okay.
Awesome. Good evening, Mayor Haskew and members of the council. My name is Shaluna Vian, and I am the city's Affordable Housing and Grants Coordinator. Tonight, I'll be presenting on the 2025 Consolidated Plan and the 2021 Annual Action Plan, both of which are requirements of the Community Development Block Grant Program. The Community Development Block Grant Program is administered by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and the program's primary objective is to develop viable urban communities by providing decent housing, a suitable living environment, and expanding economic opportunities, principally for low and moderate income persons. The CDBG program requires that each entitlement jurisdiction put in place a 5-year consolidated plan, identifying its local priority needs and how they be addressed, along with a 1-year action plan identifying its 1-year strategy and resources to meeting the priority needs. The City of Walnut Creek is a member of the Contra Consortium, made up of other entitlement jurisdictions like the cities of Antioch, Concord, Pittsburgh, and Contra Costa County, representing the urban county. The consortiums work cooperatively to plan for the housing and community development needs of the county, and jointly we administer the CDBG program together. In the past 20 years or so, the consortium has prepared and submitted the consortium consolidated plan as a group. Beginning in the spring of 2019, the consortium started to solicit for public input, first by advertising a bilingual advertisement in the Contra Costa Times. This was also published on each jurisdiction's website and sent out to an interested parties listserv of over 600 emails. Countywide, we held 3 public meetings and 6 focus groups, one specifically held in Walnut Creek. Additionally, we had a community needs survey that was available online and also in hard copy. We received over 1,800 responses, with 173 respondents identifying with Walnut Creek. Lastly, we are each holding our own public hearings to gather comments for the draft consolidated plan. So through the community needs survey and public input, these are the priority needs that have been identified for the duration of the next 5 years. One is to provide and maintain affordable housing. Walnut Creek is considered one of the least affordable markets for housing based on the median home prices and rent. Consistent with our housing element plan, the consolidated plan prioritizes affordable rental housing, home ownership opportunity, service-rich supportive housing for those identified as special need, and the preservation of the city's affordable housing stock. 2, assisting the homeless, both by reducing the number of incidents of homelessness and by alleviating their needs. 3, providing quality public services to enhance the quality of life for low-income persons, programs that target seniors, the youth, and those who identify as special needs, such as domestic violence persons, low-income veterans, and abused children. 4, expanding economic opportunities, principally for low and moderate income persons. 5, maintaining quality public facility and enhancing its accessibility. And 6, program administration for the CDBG and affordable housing programs. This here is a 5-year estimated resources, identifying the local, state, and federal resources to meeting the priority needs. In the first row, you see the Community Development Block Grant Program. Here, we estimated about $342,000 from entitlement funds annually with some program income. In the general fund bucket, here we budgeted for the Community Services Grant, Homeless Services Fund, School Crisis Counselor, and Program Administration. For the Housing Trust Fund, this is primarily made up of the commercial linkage fee and the housing in lieu fee. The money will be used to acquire land to develop 100% affordable housing, and a small percentage of it will be used to for our first-time homebuyer program, along with program administration. For the Housing Successor Agency, periodically the city receives repaid loan from the former redevelopment agency. The money will be reinvested into affordable housing and also for programs for homeless prevention, rapid rehousing, along with program administration. The permanent local housing allocation comes from the state SC2 grant. Housing staff anticipates applying for this money in July, and the money can be used for affordable housing and homeless outreach programs. So across these 5 funding buckets, we see an estimated resources of $24 million for the next 5 years to meeting the priority needs. For the 2021 annual action plan, the consortium held a kickoff meeting for the 2022 grant cycle in October. We accepted applications until the end of December. And in March, the Housing and Community Development Committee, made up of Mayor Haskew and Councilmember Francois, had a public hearing to consider applications for the CSG, HSF, and CDBG programs. They reviewed all the applications, listened to the applicant's presentation, and came up with a funding recommendation, which is proposed at today's meeting. So the annual action plan will be submitted under the consolidated plan due to HUD on May 15th. Staff would like to acknowledge that the HCD funding recommendations were made prior to the shelter in place. However, staff has reevaluated the funding recommendations in light of changing conditions and continues to support this funding plan, especially with the increased need of public services. Also, the city received an additional allocation of $201,000 from the Congress CARE Act to prevent and respond to the spread of COVID-19. Staff anticipates returning to council at a later date to propose funding recommendations. This here is the one-year budget that is with the annual action plan. Under CDBG, we see $342,000 from entitlement funds and about $31,000 from carry forward funds. The Community Services Grant Program augments the public service portion of the CDBG program, which is normally capped at 15%. And here we have a budget of $100,000 for that. And for the Homeless Services Fund, in 2017, council established this to meet homeless services need. And here we budgeted about $220,000. These funding recommendations reflect continued levels of general fund support for the 2021 fiscal year. And across 3 of these funds, we have a budget of $694,000 to allocate. The Housing and Community Development Committee recommends this funding plan. Here you can see the allocations for the categories and subcategories. We received a total of 27 applications along with program administration. More specifically, this is the public services, the agencies that were recommended for funding. So under crisis intervention services, we have 4 programs. Under senior services, we have 5. And under housing counseling services, we have 1. Here is a continual list of public services agencies that were recommended for funding. Here is for homeless services, and we have 7 that were recommended for funding, either to prevent homelessness or respond to homelessness. And this is the last slide for the public services. For other social services, we have a recommendation for 4 other programs. Under the economic development category, the HCD committee recommends funding existing applicant, along with Loaves and Fishes, a 12-week culinary training program for those who are facing barriers to employment. And under the housing, infrastructure, and public facility category, the HCD committee recommends continued funding for the home rehabilitation program. Additionally, we received 2 new applications, one for the Ignacio Valley Library for the ADA parking improvements, which is recommended for funding for the fiscal year 2021. We also got another application from the Senior Center for the ADA interior door compliance, but due to staff timing and capacity, it is recommended for the 21-22 grant cycle or grant year. The city receives program income at unanticipated times from repaid loans. Staff request that City Council approve these backup funding scenarios to either increase or reduce these programs in case we get more program income or less carry forward. And the HCD committee has also approved of these funding scenarios. And by approving these funding scenarios, it will allow staff to expend funds more quickly to meet HUD's timeliness request. And if we do get program income, how you would look at it is that 20% of it can go to program admin, and the other 80% can either go to housing programs, economic development, or IPF projects. The Housing and Community Development Committee recommends that City Council adopt the attached resolution, which approves of the 2025 Consolidated Plan and 2021 Annual Action Plan, including the proposed funding allocations for the CDBG, CSG, and HSF programs. With that said, I will be happy to answer any questions you may have. We also have Margot Ernst, Housing Program Manager, who will also be able to assist me in answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. And before you get the questions that you really don't want, I'm going to say congratulations on your first presentation before council. You did a fine job. Does the council have any
Thank you.
questions? Councilmember Silva.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the report. This is always really nice to be able to contribute into the community for these organizations that really help us make a better community for all. A quick question about the monies that will be coming to the city in the additional allocation through the CARES Act. What may those funds be used for?
So those funds can be used to prevent and respond to COVID-19.
Okay, can you elaborate? I mean, like, can we use it for homeless? I mean, how would you?
So there's a waiver on the public services cap. So we can use the money as we would for normally with CDBG under public services, economic development, or IPF projects, or also housing programs. But they would all have to deal with COVID-19 and the impacts of it. And Margot, if you want to elaborate also.
Yeah, hi, Margot Ernst, the Housing Program Manager. I can just, what Sherluna said is correct. I think I'm unmuted now.
Yes.
Yeah, so, but I'll just elaborate a little bit and say it's a combination of the funding is available to deal with the impacts of COVID-19, but it still has to comply with the basic CDBG criteria. So it still has to meet a national objective, and it still has to be benefiting primarily what HUD calls low mod, which what we generally call is low income, which is people who are at 80% of area median income and below. So there is the option to use it for something which we don't typically use our CDBG money for, which is under urgent need, which is things that you would see as direct response to COVID, like testing facilities and things like that. But it's a difficult one to do, and also to meet the low mod criteria, which you still have to meet even if you're doing the urgent need. So we have an internal committee that's cross-departmental that is meeting right now to discuss the various options under the stimulus funding. There are a few waivers of things that are normally required under the CDBG program. So we're looking at that. We're looking at, we have representatives from economic development, from arts and rec, working with the seniors, and obviously from CED and housing, and we're sort of evaluating it, and we'll bring forward a funding recommendation. But even when it is addressing regular CDBG activities, it still has to be used to address things that are specific to impacts of COVID-19. So, which actually a lot of our regular programs are dealing with the impacts of that with their clientele.
All right, thank you. One other question, how the CDBG has a deadline by which we must adopt the action plan and this funding. What is that deadline?
It'll be submitted
So
by
the deadline is May 15th.
Great,
however, we can ask for an extension until August, but however, we have agreed, the consortium would like to submit it by May 15th.
But the CDBG portion of this has to be by May 15th.
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Other questions? I believe I saw Mayor Pro Tem wave his hand. No, anybody else? Nobody's using the funny little blue arrow, or I'm in the wrong comment. Okay, I'm seeing no other questions. I would be thrilled if somebody like Council Member Francois, who is a member of the committee, if he would make a motion.
I would be honored to, your Mayor.
Is there any public comment
first?
Oh, yeah, that's true. I really do want this meeting to be over, don't I? Is there any public comment?
There appears to be no public comment.
Okay, well, I knew that. So we are now ready for a motion, please, Matt.
Mayor, I move to adopt the resolution approving the 2020 to 2025 Consolidated Plan and 2020 to 2021 Annual Action Plan.
Thank you. And I am going to second that because I was on the committee too. And
Mayor, I have a comment because I had questions, but I have a comment before we do this.
All right. Well then, before we vote, comment away.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the committee and staff for working on this. I would support moving forward with the CDBG portion of this, but I would like us to defer the portion of this that is being funded through the community services grants and the homeless services fund, because those are coming straight from the general fund and may be impacted by what we need to do over the next 4 weeks related to the general fund for next year. It's not that I don't want to fund the programs, but I feel it's a little piecemeal to be starting to allocate the general fund when we have a few financial questions in front of us. And it may be the same answer by the end of the budgets when we have to adopt the budget, but I would prefer to do those at the same time as the budget. So I am going to
amend
motion. I'm going to offer a substitute motion to approve the CDBG portion of this and to defer the decisions on the recommendations related to the community services grant and the homeless services fund. So they may be done simultaneous with our decisions related to the 2021 budget.
All right. Okay. Are there any comments after that? I see none except for Marco, maybe.
Yeah, if I could just, if I could clarify, one of the alternatives that we listed in the staff report, or that Sherlina had listed, was to adopt the plan contingent upon adoption of the 2021 budget for the homeless services and community service grant program. If those programs are reduced, or if the funding changes on the 2 general fund funded programs, we would actually want to revisit the whole funding plan because we would most likely need to redistribute the way the CDBG portion is allocated. So I just wanted to point that out. I don't know if it changes significantly how the motion would be read, but and that's fine. We can do a substantial amendment on this plan fairly easily if we change the funding plan.
Can we have the slide? Did we put away the slideshow? Can we have the slide that shows where the funds are coming from? Okay, so we're talking about $100,000, or is it the total?
It's 300,000 and 100,000.
It's the 320 then. It's the everything that isn't CBDG.
Right. It's the
CDBG. Yeah.
I am happy to amend my motion slightly so that it reflects what was in the alternative action. I actually had underlined it and highlighted it, but we moved into the motion so fast I didn't look back at that. But I want, if I amend it to reflect this, I want to be sure we actually consciously talk about this. And it was also why I asked about how the additional community development block grant funds could be used, because perhaps there are some items in the housing, in the homeless category in particular, that could be further funded for this 1 year. I remember when we put this fund in place, and it's a very important fund, but I want to be sure that we have the funds to be able to support it as we weigh all of the other issues that are going on.
Yeah, I think if we do it contingent on the adoption of the 2021 budget, will allow us to submit the plan, but we won't move forward with any grant agreements until we have adoption of the 2021 budget.
All right, so I'm going to now amend my motion to reflect the wording that is on the bottom of page 4. I move to approve the annual action plan with the community service grant and homeless service fund funding recommendations contingent upon adoption of the 2021 budget. If funding is reduced through the general fund budgeting process, then there would be requisite amendments to the entire program.
Second.
Good for you, Matt. All right, now may I have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Francois.
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell. Aye. Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Aye.
Mayor Haskew.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Next on the, I hope everything else is easier than this. Next on the agenda is a public hearing for the adoption of resolutions confirming assessment reports and the annual levy of assessments for the Downtown Walnut Creek Business Improvement District and the Downtown Walnut Creek South Business Improvement District. I want to take a moment to explain the process for this public hearing. In order for the city to levy assessments for these business improvement districts, the City Council must first conduct a public hearing at which it must hear and consider all protests against levy of assessments. If written protests are received from the owners of businesses in the proposed area, which will pay 50% or more of the assessments proposed to be levied, no further proceedings to levy assessments shall be taken for the period of 1 year from the date of the finding of the majority protest by the City Council. If there is no majority protest, then the council may adopt the resolutions confirming the assessment reports submitted or as amended at the dais. Written protests must be received by the city clerk at or before the time fixed for the public hearing. At this time, we will now open the public hearing for the Walnut Creek Downtown Business Improvement District and the Walnut Creek South Business Improvement District. I invite anyone with an undeliverable written protest to present it to the city clerk immediately. No further written protests will be accepted. And can that be done by email? I should have asked this question sooner.
Yes, it can, and we have received no written protests.
We have, okay, thank you.
We've received none, yep.
Okay. At this moment, I now invite the staff to provide the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members, Terry Kilgore, Assistant City Manager. As the Mayor noted, we are holding the public hearing, which is the second of a two-step process in the annual renewal of both the bid and the South bid in the downtown. This bid is where property owners, or excuse me, business owners agree to pay in to the kitty that is used to help market the downtown, create events, and provide representation for downtown businesses. This evening, Kathy Hemingway, the Executive Director of Walnut Creek Downtown, is here to present the details of the activities that they have undertaken in the past, as well as how they are adapting and propose to go forward in this unique time for fiscal year 2021. This evening, we are setting up the structure for the bid, including adopting the final assessment rates, but we are proposing to move the due date to mirror what this council took action on for business license, which would make it September 30th. To do that, we will return to you, should the council be amenable, to amend the emergency ordinance at the next council meeting. But this is the final official step in reestablishing the bid for next year. With that, I turn it over to Kathy Hemingway, who will walk you through an additional set of slides. Kathy?
Good evening, Mayor Haskew and council members. My name is Kathy Hemingway, and I am the Executive Director of Walnut Creek's Downtown Business Association. And this evening, I'm going to share an overview of our fiscal year of 2019-20. And as you are very well aware, the last 8 weeks, our world, including Walnut Creek's downtown business community, has been deeply affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. So I plan to share a brief outline of our successes in 2019 and the last quarter of our fiscal year, and then touch on what we know today for fiscal year 2022. So get to the slide. Pull this up. I'm unable to see, or do we have our first slide up?
Kathy, were you going to share your screen?
Oh, sure, one moment. Sorry, I thought that. Let me get that for you. Okay. Sorry, I thought that my presentation was going to be uploaded, so I'm going to have to do a little pinch hitting here. Okay, so we have our board of directors, and right now we currently we've invited 2 new board members that joined us in 2019, Rolla Gabin from Mills Diner and Broderick, and then Dan Batlin from Bonvino. And then at the April 8th meeting, the board voted Barney Fonzie in as our board president, as Angela De La Houssaye had to step down a few months early due to expanded work commitments. I wanted to remind everyone of the 4 pillars that drive the association in all of our efforts. They include advocacy, beautification, events, and marketing. And the next series of slides will show examples of our 4 pillars and how we support our downtown businesses through those pillars. WCD is an ally and advocate for our downtown business community by participating on multiple task forces and committees throughout the city and region to speak on their behalf. We've hosted quarterly educational programs called the Business Education Series. And last year we held 2 inaugural programs. In February, we hosted a seminar on cybersecurity targeted to our small to medium-sized businesses. We've been able to expand that program over the last 8 weeks, which I'll touch on a little bit later tonight. And WCD has created a new community committee called the Arts Alliance Task Force. It's a way to develop artistic activations to draw people and attention to the downtown. The task force includes representatives from the Chamber, DRAA, the Lesher Center, downtown businesses, the Community Arts Foundation, and the city. And these are the community partners that we interface with on a regular basis to cross-promote programs and develop B2B leads for our members. We continue to oversee downtown beautification projects, including the utility box program and the Big Belly artwork. We manage the maintenance of these art installations on a regular basis, and recently 2 utility box wraps that had either been damaged or shown somewhere were recently replaced. WCD continues to oversee the Mini Plaza project, which was discussed a little earlier tonight. It's at the corner of North Main and Cypress Street. And unfortunately, the project had some delays due to materials and some contractor issues. However, now that construction has been added to the essential business list, I'm happy to report that work has already begun today to complete this project in time for the reopening of the downtown, and it will most likely come in under budget. WCD hosted 18 events in 2019, and all were extremely successful. It's a little odd to talk about events tonight, but we were able to draw tens of thousands of people to the downtown through our Oktoberfest, First Wednesdays, Wine Walk, and the ice rink, which was a great success again this year. Our marketing efforts continue to grow in social media as our engagement and followers increase each year. And our platforms are valuable community resources for business and community promotional and news. Our website engagement continues to also grow. We had almost 600,000 visits in 2019. And the site also includes an online directory for all of our downtown businesses that have proven to be especially valuable over the last 2 months. Our weekly newsletter has about 34% average open rate, which is an increase of 4% from last year. And one marketing note I wanted to add is that last year we expanded our relationship with NBC Bay Area and the Convention and Visitors Bureau by hosting Malou Nubla as we walked through the downtown, and the 3-minute segment ran twice on their morning show, California Live, highlighting Walnut Creek as a holiday destination for shopping, dining, and theater. So they've already reached out to us during our current situation to begin a partnership again, and are hosting Walnut Creek banners free of charge to us right now. So we're grateful for their partnership and look forward to working with them. So 2020, we are going to move into, which started off great, and we will continue to rise to the occasion and support our members in the situation that we have at hand and beyond. This is a reminder of our assessment fee structure for the north bid, which runs from Civic Drive to Mount Diablo. And then the assessment fees for the south bid, which run from Mount Diablo south to Newell, with California and Broadway as the west and east borders for both bids. As you'll note, the south assessment fees are slightly less than the north due to the extra marketing support that Broadway Plaza supplies its tenants. So here's a current short snapshot of WCD's budget, which is very different than what we had planned to propose in March due to the pandemic. You'll see that we've reduced our bid fees to a little bit more than half, as we anticipate quite a decrease in businesses that either can reopen or they're struggling to even pay their bills. And if we're talking, in regards to the restaurants, that potentially 30% will be not returning to downtown Walnut Creek as of August, if these dire projections, do come true. WCD's board, as Terry mentioned, has voted to delay the bid notices. We'll send those out within the next couple of weeks, but have extended the due date to September 13th to fall in line with the city's business license deferment date. And just overall, just to note that 69% of our annual income comes from the bid fees. However, to keep in mind that the bid fees on average are about $350 to $400 per business. The remainder of our event income, the remainder of our income is driven by our large scale events, which for right now have been canceled for the remainder of the year, except for the ice rink, which we'll be able to circle back with the rink provider and the Chamber of Commerce in early July. However, most likely Oktoberfest, which we have scheduled for October 17th, will be canceled, mainly due to the fact that sponsorship development and some of the vendor outreach needs to be taking place now. And obviously this is just not the appropriate time to be making those calls or having those discussions. We have reduced some of our staff time to help with our bottom line. Our event manager has gone from 30 hours a week to about 3 to 5 hours a week. And I did want to share some good news is that we did qualify and actually just received the PPP loan/grant and a total of $62,000. So that will help us get through the next couple of months as we await hopefully some bid income. And if necessary, we do have an $85,000 ice rink reserve that's available to us. And then as a last resort, we also have a $149,000 credit line, which we may need to dip into, but that would, as I say, would be our last resort. And I just wanted to share this chart to show an idea of our three business industries and how they make up our bid. You know, within the services, we do have the health and wellness sector, which along with the restaurants may be the last to reopen in stages 3 or 4, which, you know, will be forcing them to be without an income for an even longer amount of time. And just also to kind of put some numbers to it, if that projection of 30% of our downtown restaurants don't reopen, then the reduction in our restaurant bid income would be approximately $15,000. Our team has been very busy. We've been working since the pandemic and our shelter-in-place orders came about. We have been working from home since March 13th. We have held daily conference calls to keep everyone updated and on task. We've created a resource webpage for employees and employers on our website, and then collaborated with the city on creating the open business list. We're continuing to cross-promote those connections, business to business. As you'll see, we've got an amazing job by Sunrise Bistro providing first responder meals, as well as Walnut Creek downtown connected Heritage Eats, one of our restaurants, with Meals on Wheels to now provide 70 meals to their volunteers. So we're continuing, that should take place, I think, next week. We've hosted our webinars, 4 that have taken place over the last couple of weeks for our members. They've involved topics such as the PPP and EIDL, SBA loans just in general with a representative from Sacramento, and then marketing and insurance topics. We will continue to host those, and those might be a silver lining for us to be able to continue and find that we could help educate our and promote our businesses with through this weekly webinar, or at least bi-weekly webinar series. We've created a virtual tip jar for our service industry employees, where businesses can sign up, and then the individual hairstylist, barista, bartender can put up their own Venmo or PayPal account, and their patrons can be able to help support them. We've collaborated, as Terry had mentioned, on the We're Open signs, which is right over to your right. We've been delivering those to the downtown businesses, and as well as the Chamber's been delivering those to throughout the entire city. And we continue to put those up on a daily basis as those continue to open. The the Walnut Creek Downtown logo has been developed. We're excited to be able to share that on all of our collateral, as well as with our business members. And our team has also conducted daily outreach to the downtown businesses over the last at least probably 4 weeks, just touching base either by email or by phone to find out what their needs are. And then our social media member news has increased by about 119 posts between Facebook and Instagram. For our current goals, we are going to be we feel that our services are going to be more critical now more than ever, and to act as an ally and cheerleader for our business community. We'll continue our daily touch points with all of our members in the restaurant, retail, and service communities. I'm holding 2 more Zoom meetings for the service and retail members this week to find out what their challenges are and how we can help support them. We will continue to collaborate those efforts between members, member to members. We're already seeing some of them team together. And then realign when it's appropriate our fundraising efforts so that we can continue to be financially sound, but maybe not only be relying upon our bid income and our large-scale events, as it's been proven to be somewhat of a challenge over the last couple of weeks. And we'll continue to support and promote social distancing when appropriate activations that we've been working with the Arts Alliance group to be able to pull together potential activations, a plein air event, different types of things that may not be full scale, like a First Wednesday, but definitely things that would attract your visitors to the downtown. So for this evening, I just wanted to, as I say, share what we've been up to. We are more than happy and are privileged to be able to support our downtown businesses. And we want to be able to continue those partnerships, expand upon them, and I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have.
And that's my cue to ask for any questions that anybody in the council might have. Matt Francois, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Kathy, for that update. That's somewhat sobering update. I think I speak on behalf of all of us in expressing how appreciative we are to you, your team, and your board for all the work you're doing for our local businesses and to help them through this tough time. My question had to do with the retail stores, particularly downtown and even in Broadway Plaza, if you know that if the shelter-in-place orders were to be amended so that retail stores could reopen with curbside pickup, do you have any sense for how well situated the retailers are to accommodate that?
I think most would be able to pivot pretty hard. I think they have been in some ways kind of chomping at the bit to be able to reopen, obviously. And during some extended time, they've been able to figure out what their needs have been. I think maybe a challenge may be their supplies and being able to get product, into their stores and their businesses. But we've found that many have been active on social media. We've been encouraging them to keep their online stores active. So if anything, I think it'll be probably maybe just some delay in receiving supplies, but if they are able to have some zoned areas dedicated for parking for those types of curbside pickups, I think that they would be able to open and accommodate that.
Well, and I think we can certainly accommodate them with any sort of pickup or parking needs in that regard. And then the other question was, in terms of events, has the group, just in terms of brainstorming, kind of what types of ideas or things are you thinking about in terms of outdoor events? I'm kind of intrigued by certain things that are coming back, like drive-in theaters. And is there any kind of thought to, kind of outdoor things and what might be allowed with appropriate social distancing?
Yeah. Well, this time we're waiting to find out what those guidelines are going to be, what the numbers are going to be, and then we can kind of tweak what any plans we may have. As I mentioned, the Arts Alliance group, we had planned on a pretty, fairly large scale celebration in August. August equals arts, and that was to celebrate a lot of the programming that was already taking place within the downtown. And so since some of those are going to be probably reduced in scale, how can we'll be able to then, figure out once we get a guideline number as to how to accommodate those. One idea, as I mentioned, was the plein air group and being able to host that type of event, which an artist would come to the downtown, their easel, and be able to paint. Well, and then we could set up a 10 by 10 tent, for instance, and that would go over them. It would allow for an extra barrier, and those artists would be scattered throughout the downtown as opposed to concentrated in one area, and then allowing for that social distancing to take place. So that's one idea. I would love to be able to get our painted pianos back in the downtown. If we can find a healthy, safe way, I think that would be really something that we could turn around very quickly.
Thank you very much. Keep up the good work.
Thanks, Matt.
Okay, anybody else? Seeing none. Justin, are you still there?
I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. That being the case, we will now go searching for public comment. I remembered it this time. Is there any public comment?
There are no members of the public wanting to provide comment.
Thank you. All right, now we get to watch Susie, or wait while Susie and her team do the counting to see if we meet the voting requirements to continue on. So
I do have a comment, Mayor. I do have a comment.
oh, all right then, please, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand when I looked. Go for it.
Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate the update on this. I think that we're in a situation now where we are going to really have to lead on this issue. We talked earlier about even setting up an ad hoc committee to talk how we can reopen. I think we're going to have to see some real proactiveness from Walnut Creek downtown to help through this trying time. We can't sit idly by and react to the circumstances. I think we're going to have to really be dynamic and get those entities together and be proactive to get some of these ideas out, being creative, innovative. We haven't done this before. We don't do this. It's a new day, and we have to figure out what we can do to invigorate downtown and get people excited about coming downtown and feeling safe, but also wanting to be downtown. And it's going to take that coordination working with you in Walnut Creek downtown to do this. So I look forward to seeing it, but it's going to have to be something that we are really going to have to push the envelope on in terms of being proactive.
100% agree, and we are more than willing to be at that table and make that happen. Absolutely.
Hey, Councilmember Silva.
Kathy, thank you so much for all that you're doing and for your board. It's been a pleasure to be able to be the liaison to the group. And I'm really impressed with how quickly everyone is coming up with ideas and working together. So it will be great that we will work with you and be able to capitalize on all these incredible ideas that the group has around everything from how to do social distancing in dine-in restaurants to how do we make these outdoor events an opportunity in downtown to further capitalize on all the things that our downtown has to offer. So thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
I echo that, and thank you very much. So now we're gonna turn it over to Susie and her team to count the votes to make sure that we have the appropriate votes. And why don't we, as a council, take a 5-minute break?
Mayor,
Yes.
we don't need a break. We haven't received any protests, so it makes it easy.
Okay, then we have 100% vote, and we move on to what we need to do, which is
So I will make the motion to adopt the resolutions confirming the assessment reports and the annual levy of assessments for the Downtown Walnut Creek Business Improvement District and the Downtown Walnut Creek South Business Improvement District.
And I'll second that.
Madam Mayor, this is Steve. I would request that the council vote on the two resolutions separately because they're separate assessment districts.
All right, then I will move to adopt the resolution confirming the assessment report and the annual levy of assessment for the Downtown Walnut Creek Business Improvement District, period.
I'll second that.
okay. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Silva,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk,
Aye.
Councilmember Francois,
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell, Councilmember Waddell?
I'm sorry, I said aye. You must not have gone through.
Sorry about that. And Mayor Haskew?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, next motion.
I move to adopt the resolution that confirms the assessment report and the annual levy of assessment for the South Walnut Creek Business Improvement District.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Silva?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk?
Aye.
Councilmember Francois?
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell?
Aye.
Mayor Haskew?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Next on the agenda is an item for council consideration. The first one is to adapt or listen to have the presentation for fiscal year 2020 general fund budget balancing actions. May I have a staff presentation?
Sure. This is Dan Buckshire, City Manager. I'm going to kick things off here. And then Kirsten Lacasse, our still relatively new Administrative Services Director, who's only been with us about 4 months. It seems like an eternity, I'm sure, for her, as things have changed here rather dramatically. She will be giving the bulk of the presentation. You know, first off, I just want to highlight the tremendous amount of work that got us here to this point where we can present this information. Shortly after, you know, yes, it has been 8 weeks since the shelter in place went into effect, but it took a little while to understand what we were dealing with. And shortly thereafter, we began diving into the budget challenges, trying to forecast and predict what it is we are facing here in the coming year. And then obviously to get where we are today to come up with options and recommendations for how to close this. So I do want to thank the tremendous effort, particularly of Kirsten, as well as our budget manager, Katie Bruner, who have literally been working 7 days a week, as has several others. In addition, to give you a sense of what's been involved, our executive team meets on a daily basis for approximately 2 hours to coordinate all of the COVID-19 matters. And the bulk of our discussions over the last couple of weeks have been focused on the budget. And that has obviously been worked through the entire organization. Staff at all levels have been involved in coming up with the proposals that we have here for you today. And while we are projecting a $10 million gap for the year. I can guarantee it will be wrong. It will not be exactly the numbers we are projecting. It will be a little higher, maybe a little lower. We don't know. And unfortunately, we won't know for several months until after we close the books. Our books close June 30th, and it takes some time to reconcile all the various revenues that come in months after the books close. So it likely won't be until the fall until we know how we actually landed. And so this $10 million projected gap is actually the result of a $13 million revenue drop that is expected for roughly this one quarter. We had been projecting to be $3 million to the good. To give you some perspective, if that were to be annualized, we'd be looking at a $52 million drop in revenues out of a $92 million budget. That's a scale of what has occurred here in just a few weeks. So we have been working diligently to try to close this $10 million gap. Our goal was to try to get to the full $10 million. As you can see, we came up with $6.5 million of reductions. And while some of you have heard me, or all of you have heard me say this, you'll probably hear me say it many times again, is really this is about striking the right balance. And I don't think there is a right or wrong answer. And what I mean by that balance is, one, that we are in a position to continue to provide the programs and services that our residents rely upon us and expect of us, and also balance our financial realities, and to strike the balance of making sure we're making appropriate financial decisions so that we are well positioned to get through this crisis in the near term, and also position us well for the long run. So we want to make sure we're taking appropriate action so we're not kicking in at the can down the road unnecessarily. And on the flip side, we want to make sure that we are not overreacting and making decisions that we may regret a few months from now, depending upon what the actual situation appears at that point in time. Additionally, I do think that time is our friend, if you will, during this process. in every couple of weeks, there's a significant shift as we've seen over this 8-week period. You know, as you'll hear later on the Boundary Oak item, just at the timing of writing of this report, we are projecting about a $350 million loss. And since golf courses have been allowed to reopen on Monday, that's now been reduced to approximately a $50 million loss. Or not 50 million, $350,000.
You mean thousands, right?
Yeah. Sorry, that was my county time coming back, scale difference here. So $350,000 loss, and then a $50,000 loss now that golf can open up. So in the matter of about less than a week, we saw a dramatic swing, and I anticipate we could see swings like that in either direction. So again, this is intended to be the step to close the current fiscal year. We will be coming back to you to talk about the upcoming fiscal year. You know, we did scrub our budgets hard to come up with this. This was not easy to come up with $6.5 million in about a month effectively is what we've had to do this. And that I do also want to point out that many of these reductions would not be sustainable in the long haul. You know, we can make these types of reductions in the short run and get through the next couple of months, especially since the shelter in place orders are in effect and we're unable to do as much of the work as we typically would, especially in our arts and recreation programming, as you'll hear more about. But assuming over the course of this next fiscal year, many of those orders are lifted or modified so that we could provide more programs and services, many of these cuts would not be sustainable. So we are starting from scratch, if you will, with respect to our next fiscal year. You know, with that in mind, we did come up with the $6.5 million, and we are recommending that $3.5 million of reserves be used to close this $10 million gap. We are fortunate as a city that we do have a healthy balance of reserves that have been in place for quite some time, and staff is very cognizant that this council and prior councils and staff have a history of not using reserves, and this is not a recommendation that we take lightly. We recognize the gravity of the situation. We recognize the gravity of the recommendation in order to use reserves. And yet we still think it's the best path forward at this point in time to have a balanced approach in which roughly 2/3 of the reductions are coming from cuts and about 1/3 from short-term use of reserves. And that I would just state that we have a lot of detail to run through here. Obviously, we can answer any questions. And with that, I will hand it over to Kirsten to run through the details.
Thank you, Dan. Good evening, Mayor Haskew and members of the council. Kirsten Lacasse, Administrative Services Director. Over the last several weeks, we have been discussing the impact of the COVID crisis on the city's revenues and the resulting $10 million projected deficit at the end of fiscal year 20. On April 21st, council approved the broad budget balancing strategies that staff brought forward for consideration. So this evening, we will discuss specific recommended actions within those strategies to solve that deficit. I apologize, I'm having technical difficulties. Sorry, let me try. Okay, sorry about that. So tonight, the requested actions of you is to receive the report and adopt the resolution to implement the proposed budget balancing actions. So we'll start discussing the timeline and council priorities, and then we're going to talk about the fiscal year 2020 budget. We'll recap how we got where we are today. And then we will review the budget balancing strategies that were adopted back on April 21st. And then we'll go through the proposed balancing actions. So this is the timeline for fiscal year 20. And as you can see tonight, we're here on May 5th. So we've completed the majority of the steps for fiscal year 20. Most recently on April 24th, we brought forward to Finance Committee the fiscal year 20 proposed budget reductions for the general fund. And then on April 27th, we brought forward to Finance Committee the fiscal year 20 proposed reductions for both the parking fund and the Boundary Oak Golf Course Fund. And tonight, we will discuss with you the proposed reductions for all three of those funds. And first, we're going to go through the general fund, and the other two will follow later this evening. So this is our timeline for fiscal year 21. And as we've mentioned before, It's really subject to change. There's a lot going on and we're fitting a lot into a short period of time. And so we may end up scheduling additional special meetings if needed in order to meet our deadlines. So we talked about updating the revenue recovery scenarios based on the most recent economic information. And so on May 11th, we're going to be bringing those forward to Finance Committee for the general fund. And then on May 12th, we'll be bringing the revenue assumptions forward for both Parking Fund and Boundary Oak Golf Course to the Finance Committee. And then May 19th, those assumptions will come forward to Council for those three funds. On June 2nd will be the first introduction of the fiscal year 21 budget. And then on June 16th, hopefully we will do our budget adoption for fiscal year 21. So as we went through the budget strategies to identify ways to close the gap that we're facing, staff considered the cost-saving proposals in the context of the council's budget goals and policies, the city's financial planning policies, as well as the council priorities of economic development, addressing sustainable goals through the Climate Action Plan, prudently managing city resources, and providing for critical infrastructure needs. So next, we're going to go over the fiscal year 2020 budget overview. For fiscal year 2020, the total projected general fund revenues was $95.61 million at our 18-month update. The majority of the city's general revenues are from property tax of $25.6 million and sales and use tax of $27.25 million. Those two alone make up 55% of the total general fund revenues. Department revenues make up $33.97 million, or 35% of the total revenues. And this is important because the three hardest hit revenue streams during this COVID crisis are sales and use tax, departmental revenues primarily in arts and recreation, and transient occupancy tax. So those three categories alone make up roughly 67% of our total general fund revenues. So here what we have is the two components essentially of general fund revenues. We're looking at the general revenue, which are primarily taxes, and then department revenues, which include program fees, licenses and permits, and charges for services. This breakout shows you that the green bar is the general revenue support, and the blue is the department revenue. So you can see that there is not an equal distribution of the amount of support that each department relies on. For example, the police department is more heavily dependent on the general revenue support, whereas arts and recreation is much more heavily dependent on the department revenues that they generate. When we're looking at our general fund expenses, they're comprised of both operations and maintenance and personnel, personnel being the largest percentage of that at 65%, which makes closing any budget gap more difficult. And here you have the same distribution of the operations and maintenance and personnel by department. And so again, you can see the differences between some of these departments and the cost structures in each. So what we're facing as a result of the shelter in place, and we're looking at the scenarios we talked about, assuming that the shelter in place lasts through June 30th. So we're looking at an 80% loss in sales tax, 100% loss in transient occupancy tax, and a 100% loss in arts and recreation for fiscal year 20. And there are several factors that are impacting these revenue losses, both from the private sector and from the city services on those revenue generating, such as the closure of the leisure center and cancellation of the arts and rec programs and classes. So when we look at our projected loss in revenues, we're looking at a $13 million loss for fiscal year 2020 in those three major categories that I mentioned. The first one is sales tax with a projected loss of $6.8 million, transient occupancy tax with a loss of $800,000, and department revenue with a loss of $5.4 million, again, primarily in arts and recreation. So that is our reduction in revenues. And then when we look at our deficit, we're looking at a $10 million deficit. And so as Dan mentioned earlier, the deficit is we're looking at revenues compared to expenditures. And so at our 18-month update, our revenues were projected to be 95.5 million, whereas our expenditures were at 92.5, so that represented a surplus of 3 million, which is the top of this green bar. In our current June 30th scenario, our revenues dropped by 13 million down to 82.5 compared to our expenditures of 92.5, which is a budget deficit of $10 million. Next, I'm going to go over the budget balancing strategies that were adopted back on April 21st. And so as you recall, these are categorized by the level of difficulty, low, medium, high, and one-time versus ongoing. So the low level of difficulty are the easiest to implement and are all one-time. And 3 of these have already been put in place: the delay in hiring, restricting essential purchases, suspend travel and training. And then lastly, the use of reserves is something that can be considered. For our medium level, that includes both one-time and ongoing. These are harder to implement. For example, stopping the pay for the hourly staff and eliminating vacant positions. For our high level of difficulty, it includes eliminating programs and services and layoffs. So next we'll walk through the proposed budget reductions and then talk about how they fit into these strategies that we just went through. So our proposed budget balancing actions are comprised of 6.5 million in cost savings, and then the proposed use of reserves of 3.6 million to close the gap of approximately $10 million. And so for our cost savings, we are proposing canceling capital projects for $1 million. Alternative funding sources, what that is we've identified other funds that can take costs that are eligible. And so that's in the amount of 200,000. Operations and maintenance is our largest category. It's 51% of our total reductions at 3.2 million. And then salary and benefits at 2.1 million. And that totals our 6.5 plus our use of reserves gets us to our 10.1 million. So the elimination of the capital projects, what you see here is the list of projects totaling approximately $1 million that have been proposed for elimination. The first one is the clean energy alternative for city facilities at 46,000, the synthetic turf replacement at 23,000, creek restoration for 200,000, Clark Pool sustainability 329,000, Civic Park East Creek Walk for 320,000, and lastly security 60,000. Our operation and maintenance savings of 3.2 million is comprised of professional services, services and supplies, travel and training, and utilities. The majority of that is professional services at 71%. For our salary and benefit savings of approximately 2.1 million, the components of that are the hiring delay and vacancy savings, 1.3 million, transferring staff to those non-general fund sources for 100,000, and then furlough of our hourly employees, resulting in approximately 700,000 in savings. Within our category of operations and maintenance, we are projecting to save approximately 100,000 due to the closures of the libraries in fiscal year 20 from the COVID crisis. So as you know, we have the 2 branches and we are provided with 35 standard operating hours per week, and the city pays for an additional 21 hours at each location. And the projected fiscal year 21 extra hours are estimated to cost about 567,000. Now, the attachment 5 is a letter that we had received from the county, and initially they were looking to get they gave the cities a very short time frame with which to determine whether or not they were going to be continuing these extra hours in fiscal year 21. Then after discussing this at Finance Committee and concerns were raised, there were subsequent conversations with the county, and now the city could now continue the additional hours at both locations through the end of the calendar year to provide more time for consideration and decision making. So this is a summary of our cost savings by the level of difficulty within our budget balancing strategies. So within our low category is 4.6 million. That includes the delay of hiring, eliminating unspent carry forward, restrict to essential purchases, suspend travel and training, identify alternative funding sources, and reduce funding to others. Our medium category is totaling of 1.9 million. We're redirecting from existing capital projects, stopping pay for hourly staff that are not working, and only essential facilities maintenance. And that gets us to our total of 6.5 in savings. This is that same 6.5 shown by department. So at arts and recreation, 1.7 million, administrative services, 400,000, community and economic development, 800,000, general government, 300,000, human resources, 100,000, police, 500,000, and lastly, public works at 2.7 million. As I mentioned before, the recommended use of reserves is 3.6 million. And the first item at the top of the chart there is the fiscal year 2020 contribution to reserves. So the recommendation would be to suspend that contribution to the reserves for fiscal year 2020, and that would save 300,000. And council took action back on February 4th to allocate the fiscal year 18-19 surplus to the workers' compensation reserve, a portion of that at 1.5 million. So this recommended action would redirect that 1.5 million back to the general fund. And we have two emergency reserves. We have our catastrophic emergency and our fiscal emergency reserves. And we are proposing to use 1.8 million from the catastrophic emergency reserve, which is the most appropriate in the circumstances with the pandemic. And so that gets us to our total of 3.6. And it's important to note that we still have our total reserve balances remaining are 42% of our general fund expenditures. So our next steps. So on April 24th, we brought, as I mentioned earlier, we brought the proposed reductions on the general fund to the finance committee and then the enterprise funds on April 27th. Tonight, we're here to talk about the proposed reductions for fiscal year 20 for all three of those funds. And then on May 11th, the fiscal year 21 process begins at finance committee. So our requested action from you tonight is to adopt the budget balancing actions that we have proposed in order to close the gap for fiscal year 20. And that concludes the presentation, and staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Hey, I don't see any blue hands. Who would like to speak or ask questions? Really? Okay, no questions. Okay, onward. Comments. Oh, let's have some public comment while we're out here. Is there any public comment queuing up?
Let me see here. I don't see any members of the public wanting to comment.
Okay, I see a blue hand for Mayor Pro Tem Wilk. Would you like to speak or comment?
Sure, I'll start off on the comment, being part of the finance committee. And none of these decisions are easy. And then Kirsten, thank you very much for, again, the details here. A lot of the questions, well, all the questions that I had, I know that Councilmember Silva had as well in the finance committee were answered, and that everything that we asked for as well was also reflected in this presentation. So I appreciate that. And I certainly appreciate all the work that staff has done in identifying every expenditure that can be marked for reduction. None of the decisions are easy. As for reserves, as we talked about, they're to be used in a time of crisis and unforeseen emergency. And this definitely qualifies. And I'm happy that Walnut Creek has been so well managed in the last 10 years since the Great Recession that we've been able to build up these reserves from that last decade. These seem to be the right amount of reserve dollars to use to not completely hinder people's quality of life in Walnut Creek, but also without depleting the reserves. And it just shows what good fiscal management can do in times of a crisis. And I do appreciate that. If we hadn't had that, And if we had either very low reserves, it would be a much, much different conversation and a much different quality of life for people for the next year. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. Is there anybody else that wishes to make a comment or has a question?
I have no, if we're in comments, I have no problems with comments. I don't have any questions.
All right. Well, I think we're there. Justin, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. As I've stated during almost every financial discussion that we've had over the last 8 years since I've been on council, we should not continue to kick the can down the road. And sadly, under self-admittedly different circumstances, that's yet again what we're doing here tonight. Without getting into the individual proposals on what to cut, many of which I would agree with and could be amenable to support, I will not be supporting this effort due to the use of inappropriate use of reserve funds at this time. The use of reserve funds should only be used in the most dire of situations and only after all efforts to solve the budget gap have been exhausted. And they should only, additionally, they should only be utilized when they provide fund gapping to get us back onto our feet, much like a financial crisis. Yet it is clear that this is not caused by a financial crisis. And as evidenced by this meeting, have not taken all actions necessary in order to avoid utilizing these funds. I could at least begin to start to understand the use of these funds if there was an expectation that this would get us through this year and then have a projected V-shaped recovery with no projected deficits, at least at this time, for future years. However, as of tonight, we've been provided with only limited visibility into next year's budget. While the numbers continue to change, as our city manager has said, my best guess is that the deficit for next year will be much larger than the proposed used reserve funds as part of this proposal. We need to get visibility to know if using the reserve funds is just throwing good money after bad. And to this point, everything I've seen, it's clear that's exactly what we're doing. Ideally, we would have started a more disciplined process prior to the COVID crisis. However, that is the past, and now we have the ability to set a much brighter future in a new course. We should use this as an opportunity to address gaps and, just as, if not more importantly, learn from our past mistakes. As I referenced during past discussions on this topic, or budgetary issues, is a necessity that we implement the appropriate tools, processes, and policies, along with engaging each other in the appropriate discussions and debates. That will provide us and staff leadership the necessary information to make informed decisions, along with the metrics to ensure and measure our success. This implementation will make addressing our current situation, this proposal will make addressing our current situation much easier to digest and navigate, along with providing a roadmap for post-COVID activities and future councils.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Wilk, would you like to add an additional comment?
Well, I would, but I just want to make sure that everybody else has a chance to speak.
Well, nobody else has raised their hand that I can see, except I don't have the full.
I think Councilmember Francois raised his hand.
He just did, and he just did it where I could see it. So, Councilmember Francois.
Thank you. I just want to thank staff and the Finance Committee for the hard work that went into this report in a very quick matter of time. And I guess what I take comfort from is that in relatively short order, we were able to come up with a series of budget balancing strategies to close a $10 million gap. And that's the projected worst case scenario. So to the extent that our budget picture looks better than we foresee at this particular moment in time, that's less reserves that we have to call on. I would disagree with Councilmember Waddell that this is not an appropriate use of reserve funds if a 60% drop in revenues overnight isn't a dire situation, I'm not sure what is. I think that staff and the finance committee were appropriately prudent in really restricting the amount of the catastrophic emergency reserves to the 1.8 million, and that we're reallocating 1.5 million from the workers' comp reserve, which seemed like it was more than sufficient anyway. So I think this is surplus funds from last year that we parked in the workers' comp reserve account, but now we're able to draw on it for a real dire situation. I don't think we're kicking the can down the road at all. I think we're addressing the item in real time as we should be. I think the one other item that kind of jumped out at me is that the cost cutting measures that we were able to identify pretty quickly, which added up to about 4 million, as I can tell. So I think it's just underscores going forward that we need to continue to be prudent and really take a sharp pencil out with it, all of our expenditures going forward. So I will be supporting the resolution.
Councilmember Silva.
Thank you very much, and thank you to staff for your very hard work on this. It is an honor to serve on this city council and to serve on this finance committee, because we are a well-functioning financial group of people, and we are one of the most well-respected cities in the state of California, if not in the United States, because of our prudence in financial management. And that has been around a long time before my time, and our predecessors were very, very conservative, and we are reaping the benefit of that. This is, as both Council Member Francois and the Mayor Pro Tem said, this is a time of crisis. It was 36 hours and the lights went off, which caused a 10 million, 13 million drop in our projected revenues. This was not, you couldn't see it coming. Maybe some people higher up in government should have been able to see it coming, but it wasn't on our radar to be able to predict the kind of impact it was going to have on us. We are fortunate because we've had a disciplined process. We are fortunate that our reserves are as large as they are. These reserves are heads and shoulders above our surrounding communities. I've been doing some checking, and we are fortunate to be able to rely on a portion of these reserves to be able to close this gap in the very near term, short term turnaround. The longer term question is what's going to happen as the economic recovery occurs. And we will have to be watching it and doing this methodically over the next few weeks, and then over the next 6 to 8 to 9 months as the economy recovers. This is not like it was in 2009, where we had a structural problem and we had to resolve those structural problems, and we did it over time. It's the most appropriate use of reserves for this short-term period that I can see, and we are going to have a lot of changes to make in the next few weeks as we close the projected budget gap going into the next fiscal year. But nothing needs to be draconian. We just need to be methodical, and we need to be flexible and adaptable so that we adapt over time as this whole COVID situation evolves and that we evolve with it. I am happy to make a motion to adopt the proposed resolution identifying the budget balancing actions for fiscal year 2020 as recommended by the Finance Committee. I would like to see us talk about the library hours before we leave the meeting, but that isn't involved in the 2020 budget.
I'll second that, but I still did have that one follow-up comment I wanted to make. Okay. And I do take issue with the fact of kicking it down the road. I don't believe we are kicking anything down the road. We are addressing this right now. If this isn't dire circumstances, I mean, this is the economic catastrophic defining moment, what will hopefully, but certainly is up till now, of our lives. If this isn't catastrophic, if this isn't dire, then nothing is. If this isn't a reason to use those reserve funds, and again, we're using only a fraction of them, we are not using even half of them. If this isn't a reason to use those, then there is no reason to use those. And this is exactly why we have been paying into it, so that we can smooth out the impact of anything that we have to go through in a fiscal year. And that's not to mean that we're not tightening the belt and there's not going to be some pain and things that people notice. There will be, but it doesn't mean we have to shut down the city to do it. I am confident that what we are doing tonight is the prudent thing to do, is an important thing to do. And it doesn't mean that we may not have to address something again in the future, because there is still an uncertain factor here. And we're going to have to be addressing some of that in FY21. But for right now, I feel this is the best use of reserve fund that there possibly can be. And we will build it up again, but it doesn't mean that we have to just completely shut down programs and services at this point. So I am happy to make that second on Councilmember Silva's motion.
Thank you. My summary comments are a little less passionate. Essentially, our main moneymaker lost their job in March. And what do you use savings accounts for when you lose your job? You use them to carry you over until you can get to the point where you need to be to recoup what you lost. There are cities out there that are staring down bankruptcy. There are a lot of places where people have invested and forgotten that they should be responsible. They've overspent. In the things that we're not counting on are the trusts for the pension plan to smooth that big crisis coming down the future. We have looked down the road and we continue to look down the road, and we are absolutely assured that done right, this city will recover better and stronger than before the problem, and we will be in a great place to take advantage of our position in the community proper. So I believe Councilmember Waddell has one more comment, and if it's a repetition of the other one, I'm going to ask him to make it short.
First time. I just want to address some of the statements that were made, because there was a very clear, and I'm sure everyone realized this, there was a very clear straw man argument that was created based off my statements. The straw man was specifically around the statement that I made about whether or not this is a dire situation. And to be clear, it is very obvious that the COVID impacts to our community and as a whole and to us individually is large and huge and needs to be addressed. But what was left off of the comments was the clarifying, the connection to that statement of used under the most dire situations, which was once all other efforts to solve the budget gap have been exhausted. And it's very clear, up to and including the actions taken by this council tonight, that that is not true.
Okay, Justin, I'm going to challenge you to come back with some specific ideas that you intend to interpret, because it's very easy to say everything is going to hell in a handbasket. I have not heard one thing about how you stop the train and turn it around. So please come back with specifics. This intangible stuff you keep waving in front of us, oh, we're not doing very well and we should get at it, doesn't help anybody. And so I want, if you're going to take this, you say, cut this, cut that, cut everything else. You've always wanted to do it. Now is your chance. So the next time this is brought forward, please come back with specifics, or we're just going to play this game some more.
I would be more than happy to do that. And I'd be more than happy if you're interested in meeting with you virtually and having that discussion. And that's separate from discussing this at a council level. However, I would reference you back not only to our time on the finance subcommittee together, in conjunction with every statement that I made on budgeting, on my statements tonight, and in conjunction with the disagreements that I've had with the decisions by this council on our employee agreements. Now, you guys can have different perspectives on that, whether those are appropriate or inappropriate. There's very clear that you and I and the majority of this council disagree on that. But to say that there have not been ideas, that there have not been processes put forth is a gross misstatement about what I have contributed to this argument.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Silva seems to want to talk, so please go forward.
I think we have an indication that we're ready for a vote.
I agree with you.
And I think the definition of how we use the reserves are in our policy that have been voted on, and this fulfills the definition of the policy.
Okay. That being said, I agree, and I ask the city clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Aye.
Councilmember Francois.
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell.
No.
Mayor Haskew.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, now we're on our way to the fiscal year 2020 Downtown Parking Enterprise and Enhancement Fund budget balancing actions. And a different, excuse me.
I have a question. I apologize. At what point does staff want you?
Oh, your library?
Well, not my library, but we've discussed, it's in the staff report, it was in the presentation, and maybe we shouldn't move away from the general fund if we need to provide some input.
Okay.
If I may, just a couple thoughts on that, Mayor, is effectively we've gained some time to have this discussion about library hours, that if we wanted to proceed as they are for now, but have an adjustment to the hours potentially effective January 1st. We do have the rest of our regular budget process prior to June 30th to make that decision. So we could weave it into our broader budget balancing discussions and options. That said, if your council has some thoughts or direction you would like to give us now as we begin to work on FY21, that would certainly be welcome, but it's not a necessity at this point.
Have we had any conversation with our the library support groups? The Library Foundation raised more than $5 million to the building of the downtown library. They led the effort to secure the funding that was there for the library hours. We have 2 library friends groups. I think they might be aware of what the county is seeking and what our financial situation is. Perhaps we need to seek their support. Have they offered any?
Yes, I had a meeting a week to 10 days ago, somewhere in that time frame, with folks from the Library Foundation and apprise them of our current situation, of where the county is at and what we're looking at for FY21. They are interested in helping. They may have already been in touch. I'd defer to Heather Ballinger, who's our point person for the details, to start working through options for how they may be able to support us. But that discussion has occurred. We agreed to talk again before too long, once we had a more definitive figure for what we're looking at for 21, which we should have published by the end of this week for the Finance Committee. So we do anticipate having additional discussions with them. But certainly if there is any direction along those lines that council had in mind, anything further, we could certainly entertain that.
I've been a longtime library supporter, as most of my colleagues know, and was on the Capital Campaign Fundraising Committee. And I think this is one of those dire situations where an expectation that we should continue to fully fund what we've been able to do the last few years when the economy has been strong is perhaps time to have the conversation with the support groups to help us through this first 6 months, because that's the time frame we don't know. So that's where my head is. And perhaps they have the ability to help us. Because otherwise we might have to consider what Brentwood did, which was just to cut the hours.
Yep, I tend to agree with Councilmember Silva. If we're gonna wind up cutting the hours 6 months from now, we might as well cut them now and save the extra money and just adapt to the new world as we know it. And part of this is we don't have any clue as to how and when the libraries are going to be effectively open and available and what they're going to look like when they are. And I don't know that those limitations will actually make the library less attractive to the people who are using it. Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Okay, well, I'm going to take a different view on that, and I look at this as there will be enough difficulties and challenges for people and businesses to be able to open up to an extent that people can get back to somewhat of a normal life. I think by removing hours and cramming them into fewer is going to hurt and be much more impactful to the people that need it more than anybody else. While it's true that we don't know if there's going to be, what the library opening is going to look like, we don't know what any place is going to look like, but the county is not going to be charging us if the library can't be open. So by us having those hours, we would be recouping that money anyway, just as we are for these for the hours in FY20. I would be against reducing any hours in the library. I think that's something that we as a city have supported. We have the 2 libraries and people use it. I believe the downtown library is the most used building in Walnut Creek. I would be opposed to reducing the hours of this. Yes, I would like to be able to get some of the groups and they can help to support it, and maybe there's fundraising they can do. But I mean, to be honest, right now we don't know what kind of fundraising is going to be available out there because we don't know what kind of funds that there are. Groups are going to be struggling, and individuals are going to be struggling. But I think that this is something that we've made a stand in the past. I've been proud to support the library. I've been proud to be able to continue to, whether it's meetings and events that are there, and support in a variety of different ways. I will look to every possible corner to be able to get the funding for that to keep the library hours that we have. And I would not be in support, certainly at this time, in reducing that.
Councilmember Francois.
Yeah, I think this is one that we have a little more, it's a extremely difficult one because like all of you, I love the libraries and I would vote to have extra hours rather than reduce hours. But I think we need to table this one and have the conversation in the context of the broader budget situation. Because I think we have, unfortunately, I think we're going to have some difficult decisions ahead of us, and including potentially cutting library hours. So I'm in favor of reaching out to the support groups and making sure they understand what difficulties are encountering us. But I do think we should table this one until we have the full picture and we can assess it in the context of the other very probably difficult decisions we'll have to make.
Councilmember Silva.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think that what Councilmember Francois said was what I had intended to say, which was I think we need to reach out to our library support groups and see where they are. And, every support group in the community, this isn't exclusive to libraries. I mean, whether it's community arts or it's open space, anybody who has been supporting our programs needs to know that we are going to have some very difficult decisions to make in the next 5 weeks, 6 weeks. And anything they can do to help us through what we think is a very a catch point before this curve moves back upward will be greatly appreciated if they want to retain services. Otherwise, we're going to be debating. I don't even want to say what we're going to be debating. We're going to be debating making some very difficult choices.
All right. If I'm going to sum this up then, we have decided to contact the library-related sources to see how much and what they can accomplish. And then we'll take this into consideration as part of the whole of the 2021 fiscal year, rather than making a decision this evening.
That's what I heard, Mayor.
Oh, good, we heard the same thing. All righty, now we are going to the Downtown Parking Enterprise Fund, and would staff give us their report for this particular fund?
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public that are still awake. Carla Hanson, Deputy City Manager. As noted, the item before you is the fiscal year 20 Downtown Parking Enterprise Fund, Enterprise and Enhancement Fund, excuse me, budget balancing strategies. I have a brief presentation for you all. It's going to talk through the structure of the parking fund, existing conditions and where we're at as far as fiscal year 20, and what our outlook is for closing this year, and some recommended budget balancing strategies. The recommended action is to adopt the proposed budget balancing strategies that include the use of reserves. So by way of background, as you all know, the Parking Enterprise Fund is separate from the general fund. Its three major revenue sources are parking meters, parking garages, and parking enforcement. Our main areas of expenditures are parking operations, downtown enhancements, and capital investment. The fund supports 22.5 full-time employees and 9 divisions. It also carries 2 reserves, the capital reserve, which is 5% of our gross revenue, and an emergency reserve that is 10% of expenditures. As we are all very aware, the County Public Health Officer issued a shelter-in-place order on the 16th and has since been extended to May 31st. As we all know, things are changing very rapidly. When I spoke to the Finance Committee a week ago, we were anticipating changes coming to the county health order. Now we've got those changes. So we are monitoring this very closely. However, most of our businesses downtown remain closed or in some kind of limited, they're open in some kind of limited capacity. And the result of that is our parking demand has decreased to almost 0 occupancy. I think we always talk about how having a parking problem is a good thing, and I think we all wish we could have one right now. As of March 18th, because our occupancy was so low, and in an effort to support our businesses that were still open, we ceased charging for on-street parking, closed our parking garages to daily parkers, and ceased parking meter enforcement. Although this is supporting our essential businesses, it creates a significant fiscal challenge for the parking fund, as we're seeing a large decrease in revenue. So what we're assuming here is that as of March 18th, we will not be collecting any more revenue for the entire fiscal year. So our revenue will remain static through June 30th. And we're also assuming that we will meet our budget expectations and spend what we budgeted for fiscal year 20. So with those assumptions, we are looking at a $922,000 deficit for fiscal year 20. I'm privileged to work with an amazing parking operations team that really rolled up their sleeves and found some budget balancing actions that we could take immediately to close this gap. And those were really looking at our downtown enhancements where we could find savings, same with parking operations, and looking at our capital projects to see what we could prioritize and what we could defer. So we did come up with some balancing actions, which I'll go into in the next couple of slides. The balancing actions do not include any changes to our personnel, and they do include use of reserves. So this is really a summary of what we were able to put together as far as budget balancing strategies. On the whole, we were able to close the gap to the tune of about $747,000, and really in the areas of our downtown enhancements, operations, and capital projects as mentioned. In our downtown enhancements, the bulk of the savings here is we found with our county connection downtown trolley and Route 5. And as noted at the Finance Committee meeting, the county connection routes have been completely made free. And so we are no longer being charged for that service. And so we are going to be seeing savings in fiscal year 20 and into fiscal year 21. On the parking operations side, we are able to secure some savings with the fact that we are not writing tickets at this point, and we pay per ticket that we write. We also don't have any transactions happening on the parking realm, so we're saving on bank charges. We were also able to negotiate a reduction in contractual fees on our meters and parking garage contracts and close some unused purchase orders. In capital projects, we were able to find 2 capital projects that were lower priority that we could defer through fiscal year 20 and relook at for fiscal year 21. So those 2 capital projects that we identified were our electrical vehicle charging station project and our Locust Street design project. Both of these projects are lower priority and could be deferred and again relooked at for fiscal year 21 or beyond. 2 capital projects that will remain funded through fiscal year 20 are our Broadway Garage elevator replacement project. This project is actually underway currently and needs to be funded. And we also are still funding our tree and sidewalk replacement for areas that may be hazardous downtown, trip and fall hazard. So repairing those is part of that project. So even with the work that we were able to do on the budget balancing actions, we don't fill the gap. We're still looking at a $175,000 deficit for fiscal year 20. And as a result, we are requesting authority to draw up to $200,000 in our emergency reserve in the fund, as well as recommending the suspension of contributing to reserves for fiscal year 20. So next steps. I think we've all heard this so many times. The future is uncertain. We don't know when the shelter-in-place order will be lifted, which stages we'll be at in the next few weeks. And staff continues to monitor the situation. Things could change. However, this is our best estimate at this point. And looking ahead to fiscal year 21, as the Administrative Services Director mentioned, we are developing financial and operational plans for the parking fund, and we'll be presenting those to the Finance Committee on May 12th, and then after that to the Council on May 19th. So again, the recommended action is to adopt the proposed budget balancing strategies that include the use of reserves for fiscal year 20 for the parking fund. That concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? I see no questions.
I'm sorry.
Oh, somebody just woke up.
No, I can't find the hand. Oh, I know what I did wrong. Okay. Thank you, Carla, for your report and all of your work on this parking issue. As we look into the next fiscal year, I assume that part of the strategy is not just how to backfill, but also how to ensure that the parking and our strategy for parking is supporting the economic recovery downtown?
Absolutely.
Okay. Look forward to having a conversation about that. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, I open this for public comment.
Doesn't appear that we have any public comment.
Okay, alrighty. Then I bring it back to council and either a motion or comments. If you have comments, let's try those first. Anybody got comments? No, then motion I want.
Okay, I'll make the motion. The only comment was that I agree with the budget balancing actions. I think it was a good exercise in being able to bring this down using a minimal amount of the reserve funds. And with that, I will make the motion to approve the budget balancing action for the downtown park enhancement fund.
Second.
Okay, erase there, go. All right, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Wilks,
Aye.
Councilmember Silva,
Aye.
Councilmember Francois,
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell,
Oh, I think I'm hitting mute too quickly, or maybe speaking too quickly after I'm muting. No.
Mayor Haskew.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, and the last coming attraction is fiscal year 2020 Bamboo Oak Golf Course Enterprise Fund budgeting actions. And this one might be the one with some rosy news. So may we have the staff report?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
I can see you now.
So for the record, Kevin Safine, Director of Arts and Recreation, the City Clerk's office will be helping with me and my PowerPoint. So I appreciate their help. Before we start, I do want to acknowledge the great support that I got in this budget from Sandra Naughton, who I don't know if you've met her yet. She replaced Jackie Harper as the business manager for the department. And then our partners up at the golf course, Corsco, who have been a great help throughout this whole endeavor. So I'm trying to vamp a little bit while the PowerPoint comes up. I will also appreciate the, oh, here we go. Thank you, Amy. This is hopefully good news. The city manager also stole my punchline, but I think hopefully you'll be pleased compared to where you saw this report in your packet last week. So I will, go ahead, Amy. I will be talking about the recommended action, which is move to approve the use of our enterprise fund to balance the budget for FY20. The discussion today will be providing background, go ahead, Amy, background on the enterprise fund, talking about things that we've done already to reduce the expenditures, give you an update on what took place starting yesterday, and then of course recommending the approval of the action. So go ahead. So by way of background, next, Boundary Oak, you all know this. My department provides the oversight. It's a 50-year-old facility, celebrated 50 years last year. The mayor may recognize herself in that picture, I believe, somewhere in there when we had our celebration. Full service, 18-hole championship golf course, driving range, clubhouse, tap house, etc. Importantly, it's managed through a management agreements with Corsco that we started in 2009, and then we renewed that agreement in 2014. Next, so how does the enterprise fund work? We have two components to the enterprise fund. One is what we call the operations side, that's Fund 525, and then the city side, which is 510. So I'll talk about each briefly. 525 is where we put all of the revenue. So because this is a management agreement, not a lease, the city retains all of the revenue from the course, but we also pay all the expenses. And so the net is what accrues to the city. It's been a very successful partnership. So all the revenue that goes to the course is in that 525 fund, which is golf, the grill, special events, the range, lessons, etc. Also all the expenses. So that's Corsco staff, all the supplies, utilities, equipment, the food, every hot dog bun, every golf tee is paid for out of that fund. And then on the other side, Fund 510, we do get a little bit of revenue. You may recall we did a cell tower lease with Verizon a few years ago. That money accrues to Fund 510. And then the oversight expenses are there. So we do have a debt service. It's paid one to the city, one on the course itself. We have maintenance projects that we pay for, and then staff in my departments as well as support for other departments. This is an enterprise fund, which means we don't get any support directly from the general fund, and it's been very successful. Go ahead. As far as building the budget, this is what we put into Fund 525 for FY20. So about 2.5 million in professional services. Again, that's most of the golf related expenses. All the equipment, supplies, concessions, food, Utilities, water, of course, is our big expense up there. So in that 525 fund, we have about 4.4 million. Go ahead. And then in Fund 510, we have about 750,000 there. The debt service that I mentioned, cap projects on the course, the oversight that my staff provides, and then the support for others in other departments. And so what does that do? That rolls up to the total, go ahead, for the entire enterprise fund. Go ahead, Amy. So you see the expenses there. That's that 5.1 million. So 4.4 in Fund 525, about 750 in 510, offset by the revenue of the 5.2 roughly $1 million. And so when we adopted the budget, we had about a $41,000 net positive, which meant that would be money we put back into either the enterprise fund or into the course itself. So that was the budget. Everything was going great. Everything was going great until mid-March. And then boom, we all know what happened. So at that point, go ahead, Amy, we assumed that as of mid-March, we are going to be losing out of that 5.1 million, about 1.4 million through the end of the fiscal year. Worst case scenario, that was what was presented to the Finance Committee just a week ago, and that was what was heard at that point, which meant everything on the golf course, events, as well as golf itself, was going to be closing. And so I'll talk a bit about what we shared with the Finance Committee, what you saw in your staff report, and then I'll flip to where we are this week. Go ahead, Amy. So these are the cost reduction strategies, again, that was shared with the Finance Committee last week. Go ahead. On the 525 side, we reduced the expenses by a bit over 600,000, primarily through staff. It's one of those things, as has been noted, staff is a big driver of most of these budgets. Coursco staff reduced their operation from 75 staff, which is full-time and part-time, from 75 to 4. And so we had to have a few staff up there to keep maintaining the course. It's a living, breathing piece of property. So people were still maintaining the asset for the city. So we had a few staff there, a skeleton crew, reduce water usage, reduce utility usage, of course, in the clubhouse. We deferred capital payments on our carts. Obviously, marketing and food, we stopped doing. And so that was the first thing that we did, reduce that $600,000 number. Go ahead. And then on the Fund 510 side, reduce the liaison. There's someone who works for me who's a liaison who works 20 hours. Now he's down to 10 hours. Reduce some of the non-maintenance projects at the facility, and then some of our other ancillary services. So that total is about 100 grand in reductions. And so combined, what we have there is, go ahead, about 768,000 was what we had anticipated reducing at the course between March 16th and June 30th, assuming that we were going to stay closed. And so the next slide shows you what was in your staff report. Go ahead, Amy. That's the net down there, and I'll just jump to the bottom line. The assumption was if we were going to stay closed through the end of the fiscal year, the enterprise fund would be in a deficit of about 375,000. So that's with the reductions that we had in the expenses. With the reduction in revenue, there is a bit of an offset, that 216,000. That's money that comes back into the fund from capital projects from a prior year that weren't that we didn't spend all of it. But regardless, the change from the adopted budget of 41,000 to the projection to 375 was what I was going to ask you to support using the enterprise fund reserve for. That was what was recommended by the Finance Committee. But then things changed. Wonder of wonder. So the next slide, we will talk about what's happened since. That's a picture I took yesterday of, I think that's probably an 8-some on on the first tee of people who are waiting to tee off first thing when we reopened. You're familiar with the county order. The city manager referenced that. Golf courses were allowed to reopen. I'll be happy to talk about the restrictions that we're operating under if you'd like later. But the bottom line is we had 326 people playing yesterday on our first day of opening the golf course with single person per cart, full field for a Monday weekday. So obviously demand is there. And so if you go to the next slide, this is what I shared with you in email today, which shows that the third from the left slide, that shows what the projections were. Remember that 375,000 number, that was the assumption about what the impact on the reserves would be. The change for each of those is I do have some more expenses up at the golf course because we have more staff up there. We're using more water, we have more staff. And so the assumption of where we were going to be as of April 27th was 3.7 on the 525 side. I'm going to increase that by about 190,000 to cover the staff who are working on the course and maintenance, and in the clubhouse doing the carts and up at the range. So the expenses move up by about 190,000, but on the revenue side, we assume that we're going to increase our revenue from where we assumed to be last week to where we think we'll be at year end by about $500,000. And so the difference there is what you see in how we get to that $58,000 number. So that's the super good news, in my opinion, of where we thought we'd be, which also reflects also huge demand, not just for recreation generally, but specifically golf. And we saw that with people lining up to play. So I'll talk a bit about the reserves themselves. Go ahead on the next slide, which is we have two reserves similar to what Carla talked about. There's the operating reserve, which we're recommending using for this purpose. And then there's the capital reserve, which won't be touched in this case. The operating reserve has about 800,000 in there. So if we were to use that 58,000 approximately, I mean, we don't know exactly where we'll be at year end, but that's our estimate. We will still have a healthy balance of about 750,000 in there. And then the combined reserve is about 1.15, 1.16 in both funds. So in closing, the next one, here's how we use the reserves. The operating reserve is funding operating expenses when obviously expenses are exceeding revenue due to adverse business conditions or unforeseen events. That's what's happening here. Capital reserve is to replace the clubhouse or golf infrastructure. And so again, we're not tapping that here. The minimum amount for the operating reserve is 250,000. If we were to tap that for 58,000 more or less, in this case, we'd still have a healthy balance. And so what I will close with is that recommendation. Go ahead. Next slide. This was recommended by the Finance Committee in concept. They didn't know the specific number. So the ask is move to approve the use of the operating reserve to balance the FY20 budget. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't anticipate a lot of deep questions. Oh, well, Councilmember Waddell, please go forward.
I have two questions, Kevin. Thank you for your presentation, and good to see you. I don't want to say good news, but better news. I think that's a appropriate designation. As it relates to the slide deck that you went through, it was probably 3 slides toward then. It was talking about the changes from the staff report to today. Mm-hmm. And one of the line items was, I'm going to use round numbers, I think it was $189,000 in the extra expenses.
Yeah.
Can you just reiterate, and you may have said it, I missed it, reiterate what that 189 is? I assume it's essentially rehiring staff, but I'll let you answer it.
That's correct. So we did reduce the staff from 75 to 4. And again, that was like 2 maintenance staff, general manager, 3 maintenance staff and general manager. To maintain a huge property like that, it means that we have to have significantly more staff. So Councilmember Waddell, yes, to answer your question, it is primarily staff, but it's also water because we had cut the water usage and we're going to do that a little bit more.
Essentially, expenses related to reopening up the facility and everything.
Correct. Yes.
As it relates to capital projects, are there any capital projects that we had postponed or had proposed to postpone with the previous suggestion that are going to continue today with the change in financial?
That's going to be part of our FY21 budget. We're still working through what that looks like because we need to identify our revenue assumptions. So you'll be seeing that in a week or two. So the short answer is, I don't know. A better answer is we need to do work on the driving range. That's our next big project. I don't know that I'll have the revenue to do that, but that's our big one that we're going to tackle next.
Thank you.
Councilmember Silva.
Thank you very much, Kevin, and to call in from home, no less. The staff that are back are Courseco staff. They're not city employees. Am I correct on that?
The staff that have returned to work, that's correct. We do have that one liaison who's still staying at 10 hours.
Okay, so these are not increasing our city employees. These are that was where all the fluctuation was. Thank you.
I have one question, and that's what's happening with the tap room. Do they use the patio and deliver the food out to the patio, or did they just not open it?
Yeah, right now we're not opening the tap house. We're just doing prepackaged food and drinks. We're trying to keep this as low overhead as possible, at least for the first couple of weeks. I want to see where we are and what the demand is. But right now we're just focused on golf and the driving range. And that's about it. And the driving range is just every other stall, by the way. And so we are probably going to have maybe half of the revenue up there, but it's primarily golf that we'll see. But we'll see in a couple weeks. I think there'll be demand, but we're trying to minimize expense.
Good, thank you. All right, yes, Councilmember Silva again.
Well, back on the restaurant operations, but we have to be compliant with the requirements from the county. They haven't allowed any dine-in, whether it's outside or inside, to move forward. So it's really not whether we can afford to do it, it'll be whether the county.
Right. It could be, we could do to go, like a lot of golf courses do. You just come at the turn, you order the turn, you pick it up. So we could do that, but we're just choosing not to.
Great, thank you.
That's what I meant. Okay. I'm going to ask for public comment, although I don't have high hopes we have any.
No public comments.
Okay. Any further comments at council level? I see none. Can I have a motion?
Move to adopt the resolution authorizing the city to use the Boundary Oak Golf Course Enterprise Fund's operating reserves, about roughly $58,000, to balance the fiscal year 2020 budget. And thank staff for adapting to the new information so quickly.
Councilmember Silva, with the revisions recommended by staff.
Yes.
Second.
Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Francois.
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Aye.
Mayor Haskew.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We have come to nearly the end of the meeting, and I personally want to thank all the staff, my council members, for their patience and their assistance getting me through this meeting. And I think we went a long way to establishing some good discussions for what we're going to have to do for the future. I hope it's rosier than we're planning for by boatloads. That being said, I'm adjourning the concurrent regular meeting of the City Council and the Parking Authority. The next regular meeting of the City Council will be on May 19th, and everybody stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you. Good night.